It's here. We're finally here. We are in the second round of the hentai tournament. Potentially the first ever, to my knowledge at least, hentai tournament. Welcome, welcome everyone. Welcome, Alex. Haven't been to one of these since the whole preliminaries. Ah, yeah. But sad, my Lamia snake girlfriend code didn't even make it one round. Well, see, we got some competitive shit in here. So the weak are removed. They are defeated. Welcome, Cychronia. Yes, it does continue. Let's hop into the study so we can study some culture. And because we are in the second round, I want to let you all know that I will be very thorough with this. Because as you can see from the lineup, holy shit, we got a lot of good stuff. As a result of this, to this end, I will be comparing the pieces side by side for each bout. Side by side. Yeah, you heard that right. I won't exactly be able to like keep you up to date with like what pages I'm on and stuff, but I will be using them as reference to make sure that I make informed decisions about this because I take this seriously. I take this very seriously. I'm already sweating just thinking about how I'm gonna need to decide between certain certain bouts here. So, without further ado, let's begin. The first round. Oh, okay, hang on. There we go. After Effects was doing its whole thing. The hentai can get censored After Effects, but you don't need to censor the digits. All right, we got 387601 versus 388445. So, the thing is, these are two very, very different pieces. Like, incredibly different. So, I'm not entirely sure how this one's gonna go. Welcome, Bachback. Welcome. On the one hand, you've got a Konosuba Dojin with Aqua, and it's fantastic. The voices for the characters absolutely nailed. The art is on point for the style of the show, and we even get that classic Aqua derp face that we love so much, but with a bit of Ahegao treatment. And quite frankly, I never realized that I needed that until it happened, and I'm so glad it did. Oh my god. It's short, it's punchy, it's to the point. I did check out that culture discussion knockback. Yes, indeed. Of course I do. I wasn't able to add my 2 cents to it because, you know, had to get along with the stream and all that stuff. Konosuba cheats with free voice acting in your head. The thing is, okay, that is not something that is necessarily unique to Konosuba. I mean, yes, the voice acting in Konosuba, the anime, is absolutely stellar, so there is that. But the other one is not an original work, right? It is a doujin based off an existing property. So, you know, theoretically, it could have that too, right? And being able to choose which character, like, you could say that, like, that's an unfair advantage because if the characters aren't as good, then, like, okay, you know, the other one can't necessarily compete in that regard. But I would actually say that the ability to decide characters that will then, you know, give all of this extra set of layers and comedy and, you know, all that wonderful enjoyment to your work, I would say that is also part of the skill. But in particular, I just have to pull up page 18 of the Konosuba Dojin because holy shit, that Aqua derp face is just so perfect. Like, it's incredible. There's no other way around it. First thing that made me actually want to watch the show, still haven't yet though. Are you talking Konosuba or Love Live? Well, I think that aspect evens out because if you want to benefit from good characters, you gotta have the skill to write them convincingly, risk reward is balanced. Exactly, Psychronia. We saw with some of the submissions, like say the Kizu submission, where because even though the characters in Kizu, you know, are fantastic, absolutely stellar, and gives a great foundation, if you then ruin that foundation, it makes it even worse. Yeah. Yep, it is absolutely a risk reward. Okay, Konosuba. Well, I definitely recommend checking out Konosuba, Alex. It's rather delightful. Now, the thing is, for all the zany, fun energy that the Konosuba Dojin has, right? On the other hand, the level of elegance and sophistication that I felt all throughout this piece, it does something unique that I did not experience from any of the other submissions. And it didn't even come close, right? Now, granted, that's because of the topic, right? But for the art style, for the direction that they were wanting to take it and everything, and given the cluttered competition of hentai dojins out there, this was also an excellent choice. Like, this is the kind of thing that so many... I will speak for myself, that I wish was in more hentai. Clearly, they thought the same, and I imagine a lot of other people feel the same as well. And they leaned into it so hard, as if they were compensating for all the other hentai that we have to put up with where the slow burn isn't present. This one actually has an evangelist award. The writer had a specific kink they wanted to write and they succeeded. That is very true. That is very true. And so it's this tough thing where these different dojins, the Konosuba Dojin absolutely nailed the enjoyment angle. Absolutely nailed it. Right? It would be easy to say but that like the elegance of the second one inherently makes it better. But at the end of the day, it's two completely different kinds of enjoyment that you get, or you get the enjoyment for very different reasons, but that does not make one more valid than the other. However, the technical aspects of 388 by far outshine the technical aspects of 387. But as far as personal preference and, well, I was gonna say how memorable it was. I don't know. See, it's tough. It is so tough. And I'm gonna be saying that a lot today, but I really don't want to have to choose between these two. I really don't. Like, they're both absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. And I feel like there's an element of me that wants to give it to 388 because it's such a unique dojin. However, you know, you've heard me talk about this. The thing that bothers me so much in hentai, probably more than anything else, other than, you know, the cursed tags that we don't speak of, is hentai dialogue. And neither of those have it. Neither of these have it, right? But the dialogue in Konosuba is so good, it really feels like it's just the characters from the show. And that, I feel like that cannot be undersold. There's a part of me that wants to put this one up to a vote for you guys, but at the same time, I don't know, because, yeah. When I think about Konosuba moving on to the next bracket, and this one not, and vice versa, like, sometimes that helps for me. If I imagine, you know, okay, what would it be like if this one won and the other lost, and, you know, and then you have the next, you know, the winner going on to fight whatever's next? That can bring a sense of clarity. But I don't know. It actually is killing me. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to skim through them a bit more. So it's going to be a lot easier done on the Konosuba one than on the other. because the other one is so long. But we're just gonna go through a bit. Yep, it's also worked into the it's also worked into like the timing of the show and everything. The events of what's happening and all that. The whole bit with the succubus coming along, the fact that everything in this, all of the hentai logic is both explained and and able to be hand waved away, because one, the characters are awful first, you know, like they're just actually awful people, and I could totally see them doing this kind of stuff if the show was an adult show that was willing to go into those into those places, in those directions. But then also, Kazuma thinks it's a wet dream. And he has very good reason to think it's a wet dream, because he paid for a wet dream. And in fact, it even makes sense that he would think this kind of stuff would happen, or that this scenario would actually happen, because of the whole joke about his luck stat. Konosuba got 5-star on the writing, but the competition got 5-star on the hotness. Yeah, because the hotness for 388 definitely surpasses the hotness of the Konosuba one. Because the Konosuba one is almost... No, let's be real. The Konosuba one is a comedy doujin. And there needs to be more comedy doujins. Holy shit. Like, sex is funny. Sex is funny, sex is silly. And the fact that this doujin captures that so well, I think is absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Perhaps you had some clear guidelines for rating them rather than an arbitrary system. It would likely help you. Sure. Thank you, Alex. Good to know. Glad you've liked these. Yeah, comedy and doujins is just double dipping on the dopamine. Exactly. God, you'll be done in an instant with the superior technique of a goddess. Like, holy shit. It's so good. It's so good. And also, the bit where Aqua's sitting on him, right, in page 8, and Kazuma starts to wake up, and he's like, what's this? My lower half feels weird, and it's hard to breathe. And the panel where his eye starts to crack open, that is literally like, that feels straight lifted from the show, because that kind of shit has happened before, just, you know, without the actual, like, sex stuff, right? And so, it's perfect. It is absolutely perfect. Yeah, how am I supposed to fap to this when I can't stop laughing? Yep. Why is the literal goddess so derpy? Because that's the best part, and that is why you need to check out Konosuba. Yeah, and then... Oh god, I totally forgot about this. Page 9, bottom panel. Kazuma's like, oh, okay, I guess this is the wet dream I got. I wasn't expecting it to be someone I knew, but whatever, you know? And then he starts to finger her, and she's just like, wait, hold on. He's supposed to be asleep. What is going on here? Like, oh my god. It's just, it speaks volumes, just that single panel. Also, the only time a person getting slapped in the face with their partner's dick in a hentai not pulling me out of it and being like, okay, like, what is this, you know, like, tag bait or whatever, you know. No. In here, Kazuma's such an asshole. He would absolutely do that. And again, he thinks it's a wet dream. God. Wait. Oh yeah, and he smacks her in the face twice with it. Oh my god. Can Aka get pregnant though? Obviously not, because her godlike abilities, if she purifies hot springs just by being in them, she absolutely purifies the semen. Absolutely. And then the succubus just looking on in horror. And she's like, wait, no, you're not asleep. I didn't do my job yet. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, man. And the tears forming in Kazuma's eyes out of joy on page 16, the middle panel on the left. Like, he's like, I know this is a dream, but it feels so real. Like, he's having a downright, wait for it, spiritual experience. Oh my God. I just, like, all of the things that are happening, like, with regards to, like, how the sex is progressing, would be things that I, like, would either laugh at, not in a good way, scoff at, or be like, like, come on, you know. But with the way that this doujin sets it up, it's just, it's all perfect. It's all perfect. Like, and then just at the end with him apologizing, he's like, I'm sorry about last night. And she's like, what? Choto Mate? You're bringing that up? Hang on. I don't know if I can look at you right now after what happened. The things we did, the things I did. Oh God. Oh me. Oh. It's just the perfect end. Like, it doesn't overstay its welcome. It does what it does. It's punchy. And there you go. Like, I really couldn't wish for more from a Konosuba doujin. Like, this is really the perfect Konosuba doujin. So, now that we've talked about that one, let's go over to 388. So, I don't know the actual, I don't know the story and the characters, but, premise, the whole Polynesian sex thing, over a week, great, awesome. However, there is something that I am actually, yes, going to check. Because this is competitive enough. Love live characters. Sure, the wiki. That seems fine. Okay. So. Wait. Okay. Because when I look up the characters, I better not be getting results that I'm worried I might be getting when I look them up, if you know what I mean. God damn it. Okay. All right. Actually, you know what? Okay. I thought it was going to be worse. This is actually the best possible option given everything. So, she is a high school student. He is her teacher. However, And maybe this is silly to think about, you know, but it is. Not knowing might help. Well, see, the thing is, yes, normally I would be inclined to agree with you, Cychronia, if not for the fact that for the first several pages, it was showcased very specifically her being in her school uniform and everything, which is not... Or wait, was it the... No, not the first page. Second page. And a little bit of the third page. Something that I'm like, you know, that it detracts from my enjoyment, shall we say. But is he her teacher? I can't tell. Okay, no, that's fair. He might not be her teacher. He might just be a teacher. Because given that... Okay, actually, no, this is a good point. He might not even be a canonical character in the show. Because the only character tag mentioned was the girl. So, okay. The thing is, it's not about the, is that it's a vague idol manager? Oh, okay. A lot of the dojins have the man just be a blank stand-in for the player. Gotcha. Okay, I can see that. But, this almost feels weird to say, but, because she's a third year in high school, and because, from what the wiki says about her birthday, there is always the possibility that she is actually of age for when this happens. Not that that necessarily helps too much, considering we're, you know, the tournament as a whole and things like that and all that, but that is something that I appreciate. I was worried that it was going to be something where I'd look up the character and it'd be like, oh, she's a first year in high school or something, in which case that would be a shall we say, a huge red mark against this one. But slow burn is good. They have the beginning bit with them just sort of like looking at each other to do a good showcase of the art, to then make it be something where it's like, okay, yeah, you know it's going to be hot, right? You know, tease the imagination basically, as we then go on to have like 20 pages of buildup or something crazy. Also, I will say, because I talked about the dialogue in the Konosuba one, the dialogue in this one is really good too. I feel the relationship dynamic. These people feel like an actual couple, and that shouldn't be a rare thing in hentai, but sadly it is. Oh, right, and then it goes back to showing more school uniform stuff in pages 12 and 13. Yeah. Yeah. A couple should feel like a couple? Madness! Oh yeah, it did kind of feel like there was a bit of an armpit thing going on here on page 15. Which, you know, Although actually, now that I'm looking at it, while there is... So, while it is definitely a slow burn hentai, the burn isn't quite as slow as I originally would have thought looking back on it. Like, it's definitely there, but it's, it actually, all things considered, does get to where it's going pretty quick, but then it just makes it be something that is not over immediately, you know? I mean, yes, I am very familiar with the saying of the, you know, when two people love each other enough, there's no such thing as a wrong hole. But yeah, this work's kinks are specific. I'm not into a lot of the stuff that's in here. Like, thankfully, the high school uniform aspect did not seem to be focused on in the doujin from the perspective of, like, you know, the characters commenting on it or things like that. But that was one of those other ones where it felt like it might have been something that was an aspect of the tag, but that might also be just because it's, oh wait. Oh no, right, they do specifically mac out while they're, like, out and about. But yeah, so it, yeah. However, oh yeah, and then there's the toe looking with the stockings and stuff. Yeah, okay, so there's a fair bit of tags in here that I'm not you know, ranging from, like, not a fan and just like, it's not my thing, to like, okay, this is starting to detract a bit. However, that being said, I have never had a situation with any of the hentai that I've read, and certainly not in this tournament, where one of the things that the couple decides to try out ends up being something where I'm like, oh, damn, I actually kind of want to try that at some point in one of my relationships. The framing of the panels is great. Yeah. I will say, yes, exactly. It's not super focused on, which does help. The tag that it's evangelizing is the main one, and it knows that. It is aware of that. I will also say, because of the slow burn on this one, this is also probably the best example that I have seen of the, or certainly one of the very top examples that I've seen of hentai where they do the showing how hot and bothered for each other the characters are and how much they enjoy the sex, and actually having it feel earned because, well, they've spent a lot of time building up to this, right? Of course they're rearing to go. I will say 388 has masterful anatomy drawing. Proportions aren't wild, but I can feel that the artist is affectionate about the bodies. That is, yes, thank you, ℌệ𝔫𝔱ằ𝔦. That is another great point. That's actually really rare considering for hentai, because usually it's the, okay, the bodies get a bit more exaggerated, you know, and things like that in order to be artistic and, you know, showcase what's going on. But this work doesn't do that, and yet it is still able to showcase the beauty of their passion. Yeah. Yeah, it nails the hot factor. Exactly, Alex, yeah. Yes, 100% ℌʌ𝔫𝔱�𝔬. Yeah, it's not something that can be compared against for Konosuba, but it is not something that Konosuba tries to do. That's not what Konosuba is about. So it very much gets a hard pass with regards to that, but it still is something that is a benefit and a positive for 388. Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. It's weird too, because like, I remember when I was reading this, I want to say this was one that ended a stream because I was like, damn, that's really hot, and that's a bit much to continue going. And yet, because of how it like flows from one page to the next, it almost is something where it's like you don't know when is the proper time to have your own fun, shall we say, because you know that the situation with the characters is going to last so long. Also, another shout out. That bit of the not competitiveness, but I mean, maybe competitiveness is the closest word that I can think of, but it's not quite the right word. But some of the attitude that can come into play when you're giving your partner oral, right, where they aren't doing anything, you're just pleasing them, and like how that's both from a power standpoint, they're both the one getting pleased, so they're in, like in the position of power, if you will, in that regard. And yet at the same time, they are not doing anything while you are, doing these things that have such an effect on them, right? No, it really doesn't feel fair comparing the mock back. And yet this is a tournament. I have to decide somehow between these two. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. I think... Nah, Alex, if I were to have fun on stream, what I would do is I would probably, let's be real, just be like, hang on, guys, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and then just, mute mic, like, turn off model and just go somewhere else, go to another room and then do that and come back. Can we switch around 2 spots with a different, more comparable work? Though I don't think any of the others compare so well either. Yeah, so it's something... So I think in this situation, what I'm gonna do... It feels absolutely wrong to do this. No. Okay, so I'm gonna externally process. Yeah, you gotta be strong. There can only be one. So, okay. And I also don't want this to just be recency bias because I reviewed 388 last. There's a part of me that wants to give it to 388 because 388 is more an example of what I would say, well, no, because I want more hentai doujins to be like 387 too. But 388 is, I would say, something that's more generally applicable for hentai to aspire to. Not all hentai can be Konosuba doujins. Having comedy and derpiness and all of that stuff, that doesn't work for all doujins. If you somehow made original characters and had them do what happened in the Konosuba doujin, that would be absolutely incredible. Oh, and yet at the same time, could you say that 388 maybe is relying too much on the tag that it's evangelizing, right? Whereas, so as a result of that, the actual writing of it is very straightforward. Like, because it really is. The writing of it is very straightforward, very simple, not a whole lot to it, but it doesn't drop the ball with regards to the writing. And the writing kind of gets out of the way for it to focus on the art, right? Whereas 387, like, the art's fun and all, but 100% it's about the writing. So, however, this is a personal preference tournament. I joke about it being an objective tournament, but let's be real, it's not. It is a personal preference tournament, and as such, when I think of it in that lens, there is no contest. There is no contest. It is 100% going to the Konosuba Doujin 387. 387 is advancing. to the next round. And hang on. Oh wait, is that one not? Oh right, Konosuba got the bye. Konosuba was the only one that got the bye. All right, 387. Or no, it's not the only one that got the bye, but 387-601. All right. That is the one that is victorious here. Congratulations, 387-601. You did a fantastic job. 388-445. You also did an absolutely incredible job. It pains me to do this, but there can only be one. There can only be one. Now, on to the other one. And holy shit, this one, this is also one that I was terrified of needing to decide between. Holy shit, these two. For similar reasons, but at the end of the day, very different reasons, I absolutely adore each of these pieces. 393-878 and 330-806. Goddamn, how do you even compare the two? 65 pages to 24. The most incredible Ahegao and earned Ahegao faces I've seen in a hentai to date. And this one that isn't even really that hot, let's be real. Well, okay. It's not that hot because of the art. But you know what they both have in common? They're both super toxic in the relationship dynamic, and they are both super spicy. Holy shit. So, let's go through 393 first. You know what's spicy? Cheating. You know what's even spicier? Cheating with your childhood friend. You know what's even spicier? The mom of said childhood friend then trying to steal the MC away from her daughter by teaching them how to be good at sex in order, because, that's right, I forgot about this, said cheating childhood friend issuing a challenge for the MC to be better at sex than their boyfriend in order for them to break up with them and be with the MC. And then the mother is like, you know what? I'll teach you, and this is how I'll steal them away. What the actual fuck? This is one of the few hentai in this tournament. Huh? The cheater's mom, not the childhood friend. He's just sort of a third party. No. Hang on. No, psych. The cheater in this dynamic is the childhood friend. The person that, the girl is cheating on her boyfriend with, that person is not the one that's the cheater. If anything, they're the homewrecker, right? The cheater is absolutely the one who's in the relationship. Oh, I guess, no, that's what you were saying, right? But you were talking about the childhood friend being the childhood friend of the cheater, right? Yes, and I was thinking of it from the standpoint of the actual MC, right? So, but yeah, this is all happening, and this is one that I. Wait, so you don't say the childhood friend's mom? You say your mom? Oh, I switched perspectives halfway. Oh, okay. But yeah, so I started reading this one on my own time before the tournament. Saw the art. The art looked pretty good. If you've seen the cover art for this one, it's pretty compelling. It's pretty great. The title gave me pause, to say the least. But, you know, I was like, hey, the art's good. Maybe I'll be able to enjoy that. Got into it. And, no. Hard pass. I enjoyed the bit where the MC gets with the childhood friend. I thought that was fun. It had a toxic dynamic to it that the... oh, yeah, this is one of the other things that I want to give props to this work for. The toxic dynamic is something that very clearly the creator and author is aware of. It is not something where it's toxic accidentally. Toxic accidentally? No fun. No fun. Toxic on purpose? Well, then there you go, right? Then maybe that can add to the spice. I was not ready when I first came across this piece. Once the mom's like, yeah, I'm gonna steal him away, I was like, danger, Will Robinson, get out of here. Nope. Even though I knew that that's kind of what was going to happen because of the title, I did not expect it to happen like that. But, you know, for the length of this one, it still doesn't beat around the bush. Haha. It gets right to the chase. MILFs don't have particular appeal to me, but there's a lot of appreciation for the tag in this. Oh, yes, absolutely. And I will just say, I am one who is very into MILFs. So this, yes, all for. You know, just maybe without a lot of the other stuff that goes along with it. However, once I revisited it for the tournament, you know, I was able to get past some of the hentai dialogue, let's be real, that was in there at the beginning, and the ridiculousness of the premise and all that stuff and how extreme it was. But, it was actually, like, really good. It was really good. And that surprised me. It surprised me a lot. And from all of the doujins in this tournament, by the way, other than maybe 262340, because that one's a series and everything. Although, well, 298547. Yeah, because I also really like that one. Other than those two, and even then, this one might actually be more, or this one might actually beat them with regards to this because I didn't actually really read this one before the tournament. I have revisited this one more than all of the others, other than maybe those two, but again, I read them all the way through before the tournament. That says something about how hot this one makes the art and, yes, even the situations. The sex itself is very varied. The aspect of the virgin actually being taught how to have sex is something that I thought was done with actual attention and care. Does it do a lot of the magic penis, other things of just like, yes, the sex is just so unbelievably good, even if, it's more for the immersion and excitement rather than actually for like the believability. Yes, it absolutely does. But, if that were something to bother you in any kind of serious way, you probably wouldn't make it far into this story in general because of all of the other things about, I don't know, the premise. I do dig the art a lot personally. This is basically just before the line where crazy big chests are too much for me. Exactly. Yeah, the mom's chest, I would say, is still, it's a bit too big, but, I buy it. Yeah, the instant orgasm trope is a bit much. Yeah, it's something where it's okay. If I were to talk about something that I feel like does, there are a few things that detract from this piece for me. The instant orgasm trope is definitely in here in a way that I feel like doesn't pulls away from it a bit, because the whole point is that it's about a protagonist that then has to learn how to be good at sex to try and, win his childhood crush from her current boyfriend, right? If protagonist has a magic penis, then what's the point? Now, theoretically, this is granted me filling in some of the story for it, but you could say that it's because the mother has been on a dry spell and hasn't actually gotten any in a long time. However, that is not something that's mentioned. It kind of holds to a lot of the conventions and tropes and things that you would expect from a hentai. Sometimes it makes it totally work. Other times it pulls me out of it a little bit. I forget where I heard this, but I once heard someone describe female orgasms as a journey to cleaning a stain, while male orgasms is a journey to pop a water balloon. Yes. Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. In fact, let's be real. I would say that when it comes to orgasm potential, women got the better end of the deal, shall we say. Like, not even close. Is it harder? Sure. But like, yeah. Anywho, that aside, the story doesn't mess around. It gets to where it's going. The some of the aspects with the this is we're working on different timetables, also stamina wise. Yes, exactly. So okay, page 19 of 393. We got a blowjob. Cool. Awesome. I love a good blowjob in hentai. This is one thing though that I don't care for. I do not care for. The deforming mouth to turn into some kind of like suction vacuum cleaner or whatever for the BJ. This is something that a lot of hentai do, and I get that if you're specifically looking down at your partner while they are giving you head, right? The way that you draw their lips because of perspectives is something that is going to lend itself to that kind of shape, looking about like what's happening, right? But when you see it in sort of a front-on perspective like you get at the bottom of page 19, I'm sorry, but I can't be the only one that's just seeing peak inner Titan form from Attack on Titan, right? Like, it doesn't even look like a person at that point. It looks like a creature with a snout. Now, non-literal art and all that stuff to convey emotions and things like that. But yeah, it's a bit much for me. Like, and this is another reason why I think the hentai protagonist with the giant magic penis also doesn't work. When you show close-ups of the anatomy of massive schlong that is somehow being expertly sucked off by regular-sized person, yeah, it doesn't. Looking at page 20, none of this, other than the bottom panel, because the elephant trunk lips, as you put them, Psychronia, are not being shown. But like those whole top 4 panels, like, yeah, is it cool that it's showcasing that, like, she's she's experienced, right? So she's doing things that her daughter wouldn't know how to do. Sure. Yeah. But nah. Nah, man. That's, no. Also the first panel, you know, on the right, upper right-hand corner of page 21, where, like, her tongue has after images as it's going around his dick. That just seems like you're fucking some sort of, Cthulhu eldritch monstrosity. Not like she's, you know, just got amazing technique or something. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Still got some hentai dialogue as they go through the actual sex. That's just the manga trying to show intense motion to me. No, I totally get that. That is absolutely what's happening. But it does not have that desired effect for me. But to a positive, and you know, amidst the hentai dialogue, page 26, she does talk about how I haven't gotten laid in a long time. This is really nice. I appreciate that. That helps give context and everything for if she does have overly dramatic responses to this, like she does. Why? But yeah, lots of hentai dialogue though. A lot of these specific terms that I just hate are in there. Yeah. There is a part of me that does, when I go back and like reread some of this stuff for this piece in particular, I find myself not really actually enjoying a lot of the different sex scenes that take place in the doujin. And I just end up skipping to like my personal favorites, which, I will say, my personal favorite sex scene in this doujin does not actually include the mom. So, you know, I feel like that does need to be mentioned as far as like, you know, overall enjoyment of the piece, when like the main girl is not actually my favorite. Yeah. You enjoyed this doujin despite the story, not because of it. Exactly. That's, yeah. Now, that being said, because what you said there is absolutely 100% true, Psychronia. And yes, great point. Silver lining, at least she's a widow and not still married, because that doujin plot totally exists somewhere. Absolutely. This definitely would have been less enjoyable if she was still married. But as a positive to this, you know, despite everything with regards to the story and the dialogue and the writing and all that stuff, I actually feel like there's a progression with these characters. Like, because there's such a focus on the sex, you can see them change over the course of the story. And I think that someone mentioned this, it might have been you, Psychronia, it might have been someone else, but that at the beginning, the mom is looking for a fling, right? And then by the end of it, she is actually expecting the protagonist to go off with her daughter, right? And it's the, okay, all good things must come to an end, I guess. Even though I wish he would stay. And then, oh, hey, surprise, he does, right? And then in a similar fashion, protagonist also has progression where he actually learns how to be good at sex, which is like, okay, there you go. And so then when he is really good at it later, at the end, you buy it, right? Because they've been doing some hardcore nonstop practice. And then he actually learns, hey, the girl that I had a crush on really wasn't treating me well. Like, say what you will about how fucked up the situation is with regards to how he ended up getting with the mom in this doujin, right? Clearly they get along far better and have a much better connection than he did with her daughter. Yeah, whole shonen training arc, exactly. Yeah, and character arcs to match it. Yep. Uh-huh. But here is where here is where the story, in my mind, ascends to incredible levels. Page 47. The mom is, you know, essentially, you know, he's already gone, but she's, you know, saying her goodbye to him by herself, right? And then you cut to the daughter's room. And for all of the reasons built up to in this story, the fact that that she was rough with him when she took his virginity and did not at all listen to his concerns and things like that, right? To the fact that he learned how to actually be really confident in the bedroom, right? And that he realizes that she does actually like sex rough. And then 3, the fact that this is all coming out of nowhere because, you know, the last time she banged this guy was an awkward virgin and she was just sort of riding him. And that's it. All of that makes it so that the context for how this sex scene goes down, I absolutely buy. It feels satisfying. It's definitely hot, right? And yes, the payback time with a big toxic tsundere backfire, yes, it's absolutely a treasure. But also, with the transition, right, from the mom to the daughter, and the ahegao face that we start off with right out the bat. 1, that feels satisfying because training arc, right? Training arc has paid off. But 2, like, not just satisfying because it's like, yes, the training arc, that means it actually had results. But that makes the training arc feel worth it, right? So it's like, it both supports it, but then also is something that retroactively makes the training arc feel more enjoyable. But the other thing that I want to get at here is the thing that I think ahegao faces oftentimes don't properly communicate or even necessarily understand because they've become such a meme in the hentai sphere of things. Ahegao faces are supposed to be the cum face, the sex face, where it's so good it's kind of melting your brain, right? Because that absolutely can and does happen. To the point where your body doesn't know what to do with itself. And I 100% buy that on page 47. The very intro to the scene. 100% buy that. And it continues. It continues. Through page 48. Holy shit. Yeah, it's just like, oh my god, she doesn't even know what's happening. And then the panel at the bottom of page 49, it's like, yep, that look on her face. She is having a fantastic time, and she was not expecting to. And then to then have the ahegao face on page 50, bottom of the panel, or bottom of the page, you know, the big panel there. I feel like this is something that a lot of hentai will kind of start with, right? And I don't know why, because it means nothing to me. It's a detriment when you start with something like this, because this is that point where she's like, holy shit, the sex is so good. But then there's that part of her that's like, hang on a sec, choto mate, is this actually too good, right? It's right at this point where she's gone past where she's gone before in the bedroom. And she's like, this is new territory. And I go from being very into it to being very into it and maybe a little worried, right? Maybe a little worried, like, hold on, hang on a second. And then it's done. That's it. And you see her just lying on the bed, you know, the steam everywhere, the sweat everywhere. And this is something that I also appreciate. Tears from when the orgasm just hits that good. That is, like, I mean, you know, I'm sure many of you will have experienced those, but that is a very precious thing to me that sadly, only seems to happen in hentai when the circumstances for the sex are, shall we say, suspect at best, right? Now, granted, this was not the most considerate of banging. This was fucking, and she was the one getting fucked, and she signed up for it, but she did not exactly know what she was signing up for. And yet it doesn't go past it. Like, as soon as it basically reaches that point where she would be starting to have concerns, the scene ends. That's it. We don't have to have it go into any sort of uncomfortable territory, and yet we don't have to jeopardize the characterization of the characters because the guy is not actually interested in her, right? He is out of there as soon as this is over, right? This is not where he wants to be. So it wouldn't make sense for him to have that kind of like aftercare talk, things like that, and all of that stuff. Because it just wouldn't make sense. And yes, this is where if there were to be a relationship between the two of them, it would turn toxic the other way. But hey, he dips, right? And yet I, as a reader, don't have to suffer through that kind of shit playing out and being treated as if it's supposed to be hot, right? As if it's supposed to be like the good part of it, right? Once again, basically the part of a shonen where the guy who beat you the first time gets jobbed after the training arc. Yeah, uh-huh. And my personal grief is, why do NTR dojins get them? Yes. Yeah, that's another great point, Psychronia. Ahegao faces are supposed to me, are supposed to be great because they communicate how good one or both parties are feeling, right? Because making your party feels good, but making them feel good also feels good, right? Yeah. Yep. 100%, 100,000%. And then she's all like, her mind is blown and she's all frustrated and stuff, and she's like, what happened? And you can tell that he is not present. He is not invested in this. Yep. And then you get the tsundere, no, my boyfriend's still better, but if you insist, then maybe. And he's just with a big old smile on his face. Okay, bye. Closes the door. A plot twist that is very satisfying in this story that is not at all about story. And then he goes back to her, and, well, you know how this goes. They are very into each other, and they express it as such. Yeah. But, there's still more hentai dialogue, so, that's a thing. But I will say, the runner-up Ahegao faces in this piece are in this last sex scene with the mom. So that's also something that's nice. The progression of the Ahegao faces over the course of the story. But yeah, that's basically it. Now, the one thing I will say, here's the one thing I will say that I do wish was different. Cut the melodrama with the impatience only a MILF fan in a high school dominated industry can have. Yep. So, at the end here, the final panel is, what if today we do a little more practice? As, she's on top of him and all that stuff, and they're kissing and all that, right? But there's specifically this little ray of light that's showing. Because, the door's cracked open. Now, this is at his place at this point, right? So, of course, this wouldn't actually happen. But, call me cursed or a monster. But, am I the only one who is wishing that at some point, right here, just for the extra punch for the cliffhanger, Oh, I thought that was his curtain. Oh, okay. No, that's probably what it is. Okay. Well, work with me here. Let me cook. When I saw this and I thought that that was the door cracked open, I so badly wanted there to be a page turner here instead of the doujin being done, having one more page, one single panel of just the daughter looking through the crack in the door, blushing, eyes wide open, and just like, oh, you know, like maybe don't even have her say anything. Just have that expression of just a look of shock on her face. And then that's it. That's the end. Done. Done. I think that would have made this crazy spicy doujin that extra bit spicier, and you wouldn't have needed to follow up on it. You know, you wouldn't have needed anything else, right? And it also would have given a bit of comeuppance on the daughter, in addition to what happened with the nope, don't have time for your tsundere shit, right? And how do I say this? Comeuppance for female characters in hentai is not something that I'm used to being in any way excited to see, because the way that it's done is usually uncomfortable at best, right? It didn't do that, which, you know, okay. But I think that was leaving some money on the table. Leaving some money on the table, because that would have been the perfect cherry on top. This is a very strong doujin. Very strong doujin. I enjoy it quite a lot. Quite a lot. Here's the problem. The other doujin on this list, 330806, is a wholly unique experience that I did not expect, and I'm kind of in awe that it exists. Let's start with the stuff that's on paper. You've got a teacher. Awesome. Female teacher, even. I like those. If any of you are wondering why I love Domestic Girlfriend so much, no, it's not because of the whole thing of them being step siblings, even though that does add a lot to the spice, and I think it's hilarious and amazing and all that. But no, the tag that got me invested in Domestic Girlfriend from like the, oh wait, hang on, real shit. There's a tag here that I actually really like. Is the female teacher. There are so many things that I want to say about it, but like, I remember the first time that I had a crush on a teacher, and man, those are some good days. Those are some good days. You know, nothing happened from it, of course, right? But like, that made, and you know, and I didn't like do anything about it or whatever, but that made that class time much more fun. It took a 6-credit summer quarter course and turned it into something that was very enjoyable. Although that's also because the teacher was just an awesome person and was a fantastic teacher. Definitely had my respect, and so then the crush was even more fun. But yes, a doujin and a soap opera writer bumped into each other on an elevator, both dropped their scripts, and also about 60 pages went missing. Easily 60 pages went missing. Each page of this communicates so much for the story, even though I'm hesitant to call it that. Like, this feels very similar to the Konosuba doujin, actually, in a way. In a sense, if I were to have to choose a dojin to go up against the Konosuba dojin and still have it be a very close fight, but feel a bit more on brand with what the Konosuba dojin was doing, it would be this one. And the reason for that is that while this isn't a comedy dojin, at least not intentionally, holy shit was I on the edge of my seat. Like, this one spoke to me in a way that, if only all, this is a dramedy, exactly, but if only all bad dojins could be this good, right? Like, when I think of the stuff that's in this dojin, almost none of it would be something that I'd write home about as far as like the points of it that are like the good points from like an objective standpoint or whatever. But just how bad, and yet I don't even want to call it bad, but just how crammed, jam-packed this dojin is with spice and developments. 0 to 60 easily, more like 0 to 100. There's exposition in this dojin that could take up multiple episodes of an anime. Like, holy shit. And the fact that she invites him over, like, and it's not just, oh man, you keep finding out things about their relationship dynamic. Like, I was just guessing on the edge of my seat the entire time. And every time they peel back another layer, they add like 3 more. It's like, oh yeah, they were close and all that stuff. Okay, cool. You know, he's all right. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. Wait, hang on a second. Why is she the one inviting him to her place late at night after drinking? Okay. Oh yeah, and no, we just cut to them instantly macking out on the bed. Our first kiss in 2 years. Wait, what the fuck? I think there are 5 or 6 time skips in the span of 24 pages. One that spans years. Yes. All in one 24-page dojin. What the fuck? What the fuck? In a lot of ways, I feel like this would make for a legitimately incredible anime, because there would be very little source material to have to work around. You just adapt 1 page per episode or something like that, right? And you're good. You're good to go. Make up whatever kind of shit you want. You just have to, you know, connect it to the dots at some point. And not counting flashbacks of which you could say there are 2. Yeah, that on top of it. Yeah. Like, how does this even exist? This gives me the vibe of someone who hasn't figured out how to draw quickly. And so they are putting a lot of work into this. And they're like, hang on, I can't actually... I need to put as much into each page as possible because these pages are taking so long. I could not make this a 60 or 70 page dojin. That would kill me. And so they just do it in 24 pages. You know? No big deal. No big deal. Like, God. And then we realize, no. For the past 2 years, I've always wanted to see you. Wait, what? Wasn't he also her student in, not even in high school, but like junior high or something? No, that's not quite right. No, it's that he was like 16. He was like 16 because it's 2 years ago. He's 18 now, right? 2 years ago, he kissed me. Okay. But another teacher happened to witness the whole scene. Oh, all right, okay, all right, sure. We're just expositing a whole anime arc. All right, let's do this. We were in a private high school that focused on sports. He was the hope of baseball. As for me, I was a novice teacher. I quit the school to run away. I was afraid that any more of this would ruin his future. Sure. So we're not even going to touch on the idea with all of this about the idea that, wait, hang on. She actually was into it when he kissed her when he was 16? We just brush past that. It doesn't even warrant description. We get description of why it was called off, but not why it started in the first place. Just, he kissed her 2 years ago, and I guess she went along with it. There you go. Like, and there's still pages where nothing happens. Like, or sorry, where there's like a page 8. There's one line on the entire page. And yet we get things where it's like, ah, yes, while they're embracing, she's actually looking away from him and blushing and looks like she's like embarrassed or not sure, regretting something. There's emotion on that face that we do not get into. My impression is that she didn't know what to do, so she just escaped the school without addressing anything. Possibly. Yeah, maybe. Yep, and we get instant orgasm. There's so many tropes in here for hentai that I absolutely despise. And the only thing that keeps me from despising them in this context is because I'm so flabbergasted by the fact that this exists, right? Chronologically, her first sign of reciprocation was inviting him over to her place, which, you know, is also a lot to unpack. Yes, and we never get the... Like, or wait, do we actually get the explanation of how she got to that point where she was actually interested in him? Oh, right. Oh my God. Yes. So then while all of this is happening and they're talking about, like, you know, all this stuff and him being like, oh, you know, sorry that I came inside and all of that stuff. You know, I didn't mean to, you know, et cetera. And it's just, you know, casual sexy times. Then on page 14, he just whips this out of nowhere. First time that he's seen her in 2 years. Literally just saw her again tonight. Oh, what's wrong? Which, I gotta say, great lead into it, right? You know, his dick is right between her boobs, and he suddenly seems concerned, dissatisfied, nervous. He's thinking about something, stressing about something. She's like, wait, huh? What? Hang on. What's wrong? That whole part there, those 3 panels at the bottom of page 14, that feels very serious. That actually got me legitimately engaged for a second. When I first read this, I was like, oh, hang on. Have I been discrediting this hentai a bit too much? Oh no, then it goes into immediately the next panel. I want to come inside you. I want you to give birth to my child. Okay. All right. Sure, yeah, with how fast this hentai's been going so far, you know, why not? That's still an escalation compared to everything that we've been experiencing so far, but, you know, at this point, sure, let's throw that in there. I want to marry you, Sensei. I want to live together with you from now on until forever. And then after all of this, she brings up her insecurity of, I'm 28, you're 18, 10-year difference. Come on, would this really work out? And then this outburst at the bottom of page 15. That's how you felt 2 years ago, right? I don't want any more of this because I... Okay, hang on just a second. What have we had happen in the last 2 pages? Across 2 pages. I want you to give birth to my child. I want to marry you and be with you forever. 2 years ago when you were 16 and it didn't work out between us, was it because that I was so much older than you? Wait, hang on a second. The only thing that we have had understood up until now is that he kissed you 2 years ago, and because he had a bright future ahead of him, you distanced yourself from him. Which, you know, already has questions because it wasn't mentioned of like, oh yeah, but you know, obviously I didn't, you know, like he was 16, he was my student, all of that stuff, which theoretically could not be mentioned just because there's no need to mention it because it's obvious. Of course she wouldn't be okay with it or into it, right? But then right here, after all of that stuff happening, we get an emotional outburst of her confirming that I guess she was really invested in this relationship with a 16-year-old, except hang on just a second. You were seen the very instant he kissed you for the first time 2 years ago. Was stuff happening before then? Were you just thinking of stuff afterwards? How has it gotten to this point? And then on the very next page, he forces himself on her. And she ends up being like, you know what? That's fine. I love you. Okay. All right. After saying, oh yeah, you don't care about my feelings and all of that stuff. But I love you. All right. And then page 18. I will absolutely never ever regret choosing you, Sensei. The only thing I ever regretted was not chasing after you 2 years ago. I won't let go of you a second time. I'll always protect you. So please live together with me from now on. Yes. Heart. It's just in case it hasn't been entirely clear, let's recap the last few episodes. Holy shit. The last few pages. Page 14. I want you to give birth to my child. Page 15. Insecurities and all that such. Him being like, I want to marry you. And her having an outburst that apparently she was very interested in her relationship with a 16-year-old high schooler 2 years ago that started and ended with a kiss because another teacher saw it happen. When he kissed her, not her kissing him. Right? That's page 15. Only 2 pages into this little bit, and already a lot has happened. Then page 16, he forces himself on her. They've already been intimate, but he forces himself on her. Okay. Page 17. Oh my God, I can't believe he's doing this. He doesn't care about me at all. But I guess I also love him. We are 4 pages in. And then page 18. 5 pages in this segment. After forcing himself on her. I will always protect you. Only in hentai. Oh yeah, and the yes from her, like, oh yes, that's a wonderful, sweet thing. Yes, let's get married and all that. What the fuck? What the fuck? I have never seen so much packed into 5 fucking pages of anything. Of anything. Let alone something that's a drawn medium. And then page 19. She talks about how she's been running away and all that stuff, and you know, and this is where it's not as spicy as the bits from before, you know, as far as like what's narratively going on. But okay, cool. Yeah, but she's not gonna run away anymore. Oh, she loves him. I love you too. I love you so much. And they're like, yep, we're making a baby together on page 21. Uh-huh. Page 23. At last I've caught you, Sensei. Yeah, you've caught me. And then page 24. Another time skip. They had a kid. And she's preggers with another one. And he's like a pro baseball player or whatever, throwing the first pitch of a baseball game. This is romantic, right? Yeah, fucking wild. Yes, exactly. And the thing is, oh yeah, that's the other part that's just great about this. It doesn't have the R word tag. There is nothing about this doujin that preps you for what you're in for. And I'm not just talking about the R word stuff. Just everything about it in general. Even the art for the cover piece, it looks very like basic and normal. And even if you look at the little thumbnail here I have for the tournament, you look at 393's thumbnail. Oh yeah, you know that gets spicy. You know that's a hentai where shit happens. Safer statutory? Which direction? No, I know he's 18 by this point, you know, but like, what? But yeah, and then for 330, no, you just got this cute little picture, you know, girl with a ponytail in a tracksuit, maybe about to go for a run. That's it. By the way, looking at the comments, this artist does a lot of cursed stuff. Like, this is treated as their wholesome palate cleanser. Oh my god. Wait, comments. Holy shit. Oh my god, I have to see this. No. Holy shit. I finally found it after so long. Wholesome. For somewhat reason, I'm shedding tears of joy without noticing. The most popular author's stuff is NTR stuff, then this heartwarming one. After a couple months, I found you. Heart. I hope NH gives us wholesome tag. I really do need that. What a fucking wholesome. I can't fap to this. I will never forgive myself if I did. To my favorite, you go. Adorable story. 20 out of 20. Just finished the stepdad one. This would cleanse your soul. Where the fuck is the wholesome tag? Epic wholesome. 10 out of 10. Bro is winning at life. Yeah, for true love. Rush, huh? He wants a baby right away? Anyway, I'll add this to my favorites. Let's go. So sweet and beautiful. Now ain't that nice? Wholesomeness 100%. This is what a true man want. Wholesome. After watching so much NTR, this is soothing to the heart. Wholesome AF. I use the tissues to wipe my tears, not my load. We really need a vanilla tag. Holy hell. Thank you so much, by the way, Cychronia, for telling me to check the comments. Never would have thought of that. Oh my god. Like, wholesome 100 big chungus Keanu Reeves. Holy shit, that made my brain hurt. Oh my god, someone actually wrote that. Damn, I'm crying, dude. So this is how the Garden of Words ends, huh? Nice. I just I mean, we do need a vanilla tag. So Cychronia, yes, we absolutely do. We do need a vanilla tag. However, counterpoint to the thing that I do believe, we do need a vanilla tag. But if we have a vanilla tag, this shit would get the vanilla tag. Looking at the Stepfather NTR series, and no, yeah, this is a palate cleanser in comparison. Remember that one? Okay, but like, it's just, it looks like Domestic Girlfriend Light, but a dojin. See, you say that, and yet I would say this is, Domestic Girlfriend is far more wholesome than this. Domestic Girlfriend has proper understanding of boundaries and emotional vulnerability. Domestic Girlfriend has characters that actually, like, try and shit. I have no idea what the fuck this is. This work is already deceptive with tags. I'll take a miscategorization if it means a tag. Okay, that is very fair, Psych. That is a great point. But oh my god. Oh fuck. I'm looking at these comments and it's like I'm watching a train crash in slow motion. I can't look away. What the fuck? Domestic Girlfriend has best girls. Exactly. Multiple. I would say you could even make an argument for, well, three different best girls to be best girl of, you know, Hina, Rui, and Momo. Vanilla hentai is the best. Oh my god. Oh my god. I like it when there is mutual intimacy. Oh my god. So to bring this back around, to land this crazy ship, it's a hell of a thing to try and compare these two and say, you know what? Let's see which one is better. Now the thing is, the damned thing of it is that there is literally no better matchup for these two. Yeah, you can't rush art. There is no better matchup. You could not do a different matchup. Like, they're both super cursed, super toxic and fucked up in all sorts of different ways. And it's just there. And I think the fact that this one 330 was specifically meant to be vanilla, was meant to be wholesome, is part of what makes it so incredibly awful in such a good way. Because you cannot get something this if you try and make something fucked, right? I mean, okay. Let's not do a disservice to all the talented writers out there. I don't know if I could necessarily do it. I like to think that I could, but I think with proper effort and determination, a lot of people could make something this disastrous. But the fact that it almost definitely wasn't intended as such is, it gives it a special secret sauce that makes it just that extra bit delightful in its own perplexing way. And the thing is, Well, no, see, they didn't actually... Oh, I'm not entirely sure if you're talking about the part at the end where he forces himself on her and then it'd be consensual because she was like, she thought that it wasn't, you know, or something, or if it's because of the fact that he started as her student, but they didn't actually bang until, you know, but whatever. Point is, as far as me deciding which one goes past here, it breaks my heart to do this because I love these both so much for, well, actually fairly similar reasons, but on another angle, completely different reasons. And yet, if I were to say which one I personally enjoy more, it's 100% 330. And yet the thing is, I have not fapped to this. I don't know if I will ever fap to this. I don't know if I can. I think I'm actually going to try just to see if it's possible. Just to see if it's possible. The point of the award is that it's questionable consent. Sure. But yeah, so 330806 gets the win here. And that is not because 393 is not an absolutely incredible... Oh, wait, whoops. It's not an absolutely incredible piece because it is. It is fantastic and amazing. And hey, now we actually get to have it face off against the Konosuba Dojin. I get the feeling I know which one's going to win, though. Oh yeah, next week is going to be wild. Absolutely wild. So, yeah, both of those dojins, if you haven't checked them out already, while following up and, you know, keeping up with the streams and everything, I highly recommend checking them both out. Yes, Psychronia, that's well said, well said. Your metaphors are on point. It wins the race because it crashed through the spectator stands and technically got first place. Yeah. Yeah. Like, oh my god. You know, reading through those comments for 330 felt like a similar, it felt very similar to my experience when I went into the Domekano Discord a while back. So, Domestic Girlfriend had a Discord. It might still have a Discord. I don't know if it's active. It's probably not because the series wrapped up and stuff. But when Domestic Girlfriend was coming out, the chapters for the manga, you know, week to week, oh boy, those were good times. Those were good times. Keeping up with it, talking about it with people and all that stuff. It was wonderful. But there was a point where I went on to the actual Domekano Discord. Because I was like, ah, yes, these will be my people. These will be my people. We can appreciate this wonderfully incredible show together. It was a similarly dissonant experience to the experience of reading through 330's comment section. Of just, oh, clearly, I am experiencing a very different piece of fiction than the majority of this work's audience. So, yeah. This piece holds a very special place in my heart, even more so after reading that comment section. Yeah. Just a tad, Psychronia, just a tad. Okay, now let's get on to the next match. Now the thing is, after this, I think the contestants from here on out are going to go a lot faster. So deep into the sauce, you forget what vanilla is? Exactly. That's why you need to touch grass. It's things like that that do make me think, you know what? Okay, like okay. I am a fan of the prawn. I am a fan of the cultured content, right? But reading that comment section, it very much did give me the vibe of like, okay, maybe prawn isn't for everyone. Maybe, you know, For some people, it isn't. It isn't. Not just it's not for everyone, like they don't enjoy it, but like maybe it's best if they abstain. Because goddamn. Goddamn. Okay. 435-899. This is another great one. This was one that I specifically added to the mix from my own personal explorations. And then 311546. So, this is basically a done deal. Oh, some comment sections are great. This is not one of them. Oh, I know. The round table of post-nut clarity is indeed fantastic. But, yeah. So, this is almost a done deal, but we are going to go through it to make sure that we're thorough and to give the benefit of the doubt. Because, 311, I originally was not going to actually have make it to the second round. It was facing off against 303-463, and I was thinking that 303 was the better piece. And then I believe it might have actually been you, Psychronia. You were like, whoa, hang on. Maybe you should check it again, or, you know, might be misremembering things. And sure enough, I was. And I went back through and I was like, you know what? Yes, it absolutely deserves the win. However, 435, I think, is going to be fairly tough to beat. The reason for that, not so much the characters, but because of the overall hotness of the piece and the steaminess of the situations. I feel like the situations in 435 are very creative and fun without being too far out there. So, let's go through 435 first. Sex with your otaku friend is mind-blowing. Good cover art. And I will say, I liked the... It really is gorgeous art and writing. Yes, it is. And actually, hang on before I get into this. I want to just double check something, because for some reason I got the sense that I actually recognized the creator of this one from another piece, but I might be wrong. Just want to double check. Oh, yeah, this is the same person that did 388-445. Same artist. Oh, hey, no surprise, right? Two very different pieces, but they're on here twice. With very good reason. I'm glad I remembered to check that, because that was something that I was pleasantly surprised by when I found that out. But anyways, back to what I was saying. I really like the setup for this. They're both, you know, geeks and all that stuff. And they're both fans of hentai. Is it maybe a little meta? Yeah, sure. But more importantly, it broaches the whole topic of sex, right? You've got these people that are good friends. How does it get to the steamy stuff? Well, they already talk about it a lot. There you go. And then what was it? He goes to get some of her homework to copy. Right. And then a condom falls out of her bag. Yep. Very, very basic. Feels fairly normal and casual, right? And, you know, to be fair, he doesn't know whether she has that because she's thinking about someone else and just wants to be ready. Or because, well, she maybe was specifically wanting it to be with him. But I love that. Like, as far as just an innocuous thing to set up the premise for why these people get together, it's great. And then him being like, wait, hang on, why am I freaking out over a condom? I shouldn't be freaking out about that. That's just like a, you know, regular thing. Yeah. Dialogue for it, like, I feel like sets up the characters really well. the casual question of like, oh, do you have one too? And it's like, nah, not really. It's like, okay, whatever. That little bit of awkwardness, right? That little bit of tension where it's like they're both wondering, do I broach the topic and potentially ruin this friendship? But at the same time, you know, I'm interested. Yeah. Hey, so that condom talk from earlier. Yeah, it's like, I've been thinking about this for a while. And then she breaks the question. Yep. I just want to point out, now granted this is a 69 page, so it's 69 pages. Oh damn, yeah, that's a good point. They really do have a lot of different scenes. But they spent 11 pages before the actual like propositioning even happened. They're not even to the sex yet. Right, love hotel, all that stuff. They're nervous and everything. Oh yeah, this bit was so great. So they're all nervous and they're like, wait, I mean, you know, I'd never thought this would happen with you. It's like, what? You have a problem with it being me or something? And then they're like, okay, so what do we do now? And this panel on page 13, this fourth panel, so the middle one. Okay, let's just get naked first. Yeah, let's go. Like that just felt so real, where it's like because I mean, you know, I don't remember if these people are, oh no, that's right, yeah, no, they are virgins. They're, yeah, and they give each other shit about it. But it's the whole like, wait, taking our clothes off. Hang on, like I'm horny and everything. I like the idea of having sex with you, but like we're friends and everything. So how do we cross that bridge? Even though we've already talked about crossing that bridge. Yeah. Yep. Like it's so awkward and adorable. I just absolutely love it. Yep. Yeah, it's great. The art for the actual sex is beautiful. Yeah. The anatomy for this one is a bit more exaggerated than in 388. And yet the actual like motion during the scenes feels fairly like grounded. And even throughout this, in a similar way to 388, even though the characters are totally different, throughout their intimacy, there is so much personality coming through in their little physical like bits of expression. And I'm not talking about stuff that's like sexual, but like in between it and stuff. The way that they look each other, the little blushes, the little jokes that they throw out to try and cut the tension. It's great. It's wonderful. And on top of that, you know, it's pretty hot. And then, of course, oh my God. Holy shit. Page 33, fourth panel, so the middle one. They really seem to like this kind of panel layout of like one big middle panel and then 3 on the top, 3 on the bottom. But that middle panel on page 33. That's fucking gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. The look in their eyes as they're staring at each other, the context with what they've been talking about, and like, oh, this is a different side of you that I'm not used to seeing. You know, their bodies as well. Her boobs are a bit overly big here, but you know, for a hentai, it's not that egregious. Okay, there's no way we'd be able to finish off the box. Yep. So let's just start cleaning up. See, the thing is... Oh, wait, no, they didn't, actually. Okay, I thought there was going to be a reversal where it's like, sure enough, they finished off the box. They're two dorks at heart and both know it. Even better, they both embrace that identity enough to actively try to be themselves. Exactly. One of the things that, so the kinky nerdy girl tag, I mean, it's not a tag, but like that trope, that archetype, is something that's kind of been ruined for me because of how often it's done without having attention to detail, I feel like, or passion put into it. Because, you know, by and large, most of the people that watch anime or read it, or certainly if they read or watch hentai, are going to be giant nerds. The appeal of this type of character feels very straightforward. It's someone similar. It's someone like you that would share your interests and things like that. And who wouldn't want that in a partner? But I feel like it's so overused and done in such cliched, generic ways that I don't buy it anymore. And in fact, I have a distaste for it when it happens. Like, I remember when I discovered this piece, because it was on my own time. When I read the title, it was a similar situation to 393, where I was like, I don't like that title. That doesn't feel like, nah, I don't know. Especially with the cover art, like the character kind of feels like they're too played up to be horny for the sake of the, ooh, this is the quiet person that's actually super kinky in bed, right? But I liked the art. I liked the, it felt immersive, because it is gorgeous art. And then once I got into it, I was like, oh, holy shit, no, these characters actually feel super distinct. Super distinct. And that just makes the whole experience so much better. Yeah. And also the idea of it being something where they're both discovering this themselves, because like if you think about it, the setup for this is a great way to have two virgins that are discovering sex together still get into the steamier, more specific tags and things like that, because they're both fans of a bunch of of the same hentai, basically, right? So naturally, as they start to get really into this and they realize they're really into each other, then they're like, well, hey, why not try out some of the stuff from the things that we read, right? It's a character type, not just an aesthetic, but it's often only used for the aesthetic. ℌℌ0nia, you're on fire today. Yes, that sums it up perfectly in my mind. You can't just slap glasses and pigtails on an anime character and be like, hey, see, this girl's a total nerd. It's like, no, that's it's not that easy. Like, at its worst, it feels like the Big Bang Theory. Like that same kind of like, you don't understand this archetype, or at the very least, you are very bad at communicating it. But then this scene is probably my favorite scene in the piece, starting on page 36. Them being like, hey, we're at school, we're in a lecture hall, no one's here yet, let's do a quickie. Yes, it's steamy, it's hot, they're, it's not too far out there, I'm firing on all neurons right now for some reason. I mean, yeah, I wonder why. But like, it's a super hot scene, and it's only a few pages. And yet, like, I mean, when you really love somebody, it's just okay, how can we find just enough time in a place? I think it was 3 pages all total. Yeah. Page 36, 37, and 38. That's it. And that's including them, you know, like separating and you know, keeping it a secret after the fact, and then giving each other hand jobs while nobody notices. Now, of course, there's that part of me that because these two are until recently virgins and all that stuff, I so wanted there to be a bit where like other people would comment on it and be like, were those two were totally getting up to some shit, you know, or something like that. Although who knows, maybe I can have the headcanon that they absolutely noticed instantly, but just didn't, you know, think it was worth saying anything about. Then they get to the next bit with like her outfit and everything. You know, I've never been into those types of outfits, but you know, okay, I am invested in the fact that I believe their emotions and that this is them experimenting and, you know, absolutely being all over each other. Cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was another thing that I thought was really cool. They actually brought up sex toys in this. Not just like, you know, straps to like, you know, tie her to the bed or anything like that, but like actually using a vibrator in addition to everything else. Again, anytime there is like realistic sex expectations set in a hentai, I appreciate that. Now, granted, yes, there's a lot of this that is unrealistic and all that stuff, but you know, or heightened, romanticized, dramatized, etc. But you know, at the same time, yeah. Yep. Now that I'm going back through this, I totally see how it's the same artist as 388. Like, I absolutely see it. And again, the attention to the physicality of both the emotions and also the shape of the main girl. It's wonderful. You know, giant boobs, you know, and all that stuff, but it's wonderful. And also, since we've seen them getting up to all of this stuff, to get to the point where it's the, yeah, no, forget the condom. I don't want it. Let's go. I believe that. We're on page 48, you know, and if page 11 was when the proposition happened, and I'm guessing probably around page 15 was when they started doing it. Yeah. After 30 pages of this, I buy that. I don't buy it when it happens on page 3, I'll tell you that much. But I buy it here. Like, it's something where the hentai dialogue for me is a huge downer. A lack of hentai dialogue, and that's so common that a lack of hentai dialogue becomes a positive, right? Potentially a pretty strong positive. But when you have actually good dialogue that is like, it clicks, it snaps, it sparks, it's electric, then it's all sorts of incredible. Oh, the other thing that I really appreciated about this, and I hope I mentioned this when I was reading it for the preliminaries. I believe I did. But the fact that the things that they're saying about the physical experience of, you know, of him being inside her and, you know, and all of that stuff, right? It's not just something that they're thinking in their heads. If you're thinking it in your head, I feel like that makes it much easier for it to be hentai dialogue. But if it's said out loud to your partner, then that gives it and not just saying it out loud and the partner happens to be there, right? But like actively said to your partner from the standpoint of trying to get your partner to enjoy it more. then that makes it take on a whole new meaning for me. Even if some of the things that are being said on paper could seem pretty similar to hentai dialogue. Because dirty talk is always like awkward and weird and silly and, you know, odd when taken out of context and everything, or just, you know, when looked at by the people who are not actively engaging in it. Yeah, no, that's a great point, Psychronia. Yeah, and yes, as two virgin prawn addicts, these two actually would have free license to spew all sorts of cringe dialogue, assuming it's normal. Yes, yes. You could have even had a joke where they start spewing cringe, like, porn dialogue, and then they're just like, oh yeah, and then they're like, wait a minute, that actually really doesn't sound good when you say it out loud, you know, like, oh, hang on, oh, fuck, now all those pieces are ruined for me, you know. Yep. Yep. Also, the bits of, like, her talking about it, like, you know, the feeling of him coming inside her and all that stuff. If this is the first time it's happened, then it would also make sense for there to be some commenting on it because, well, it's a first. That wasn't as hot as I thought. Or maybe they're discussing works at a later time and it's like, now that we've actually done it, these lines are kind of bad. Yeah, exactly. They totally could do something like that. Actually, hang on. Oh, also, I just want to point out, page 54, panel 6, I guess, where she goes from straddling him to, like, squatting, standing over him and stuff to, you know, slam down on him and everything. That panel is just kind of incredible. Like, the way it showcases that position and everything, it's like, damn. Yeah. And he even comments on the things that she's saying at one point. Page 55, last panel. Well, before that, she's like, mark all of me with your scent, you know. And he's like, you can say some really crazy stuff. And she's like, but you like hearing it, right? Girl does her squats. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. But like that last panel, that is literally an example of him commenting on how like that, that when you hear that being said, that, but it's not, but the whole point of it is whether or not the partner likes hearing it, right? Not whether or not it's cringe. Because, well, it's not cringe if your partner is into it. Some of this, although does on page 56, when they start talking about it, it does get that kind of hentai dialogue vibe a little bit with how they're talking about the poses and stuff. And that does actually, now that I think about that, Psych, as far as context, it does kind of feel like it's the, yes, we're we're used to prawn dialogue, so these are the kinds of things that we'll say because, you know, we think it's hot and everything. And they're not like actually listening to the words that they're saying. Yeah. To me, that has the same energy as people doing the pose on the front of a cruise ship while quoting the Titanic. Yes, that's exactly what it is. That is 100% what it is. Yes. Once again, fantastic example, Psych. Yeah. And then, I mean, hey, page 60. That's hot. That's hot. Also, I gotta say, I do love on page 61, the first two, kind of three panels, mainly the first two, as he's like lifting out of her again, but he only lifts out like kind of like he could lift out more if he wanted to, and then he just goes back in. There's this sense that I get from it that it's the like, they're both pretty close to physically spent, right? And so it's like, it's that last bit where it's like the wind down from the climax, where it's the, you know, just, you just keep moving because you're so engrossed in the physical connection point between the two of you that you're just doing every little thing that you can to, you know, make it actually keep going. I'm all spent. I can't move my hips. We went too far. Yeah, we really did. And then afterwards, yes. Oh my God. Page 64. Ah, the muscle pain. Yeah, that we went way too far. God, that feels so real. And then okay, what do you want to do next time? Like, we've been sharing kinks. We're a couple. Let's do this shit. And then that panel, I'll let you do anything, you know? You can't find a girl like me, you know? Now, of course, there's the, you know, the second line of that is more of the hate, so don't you go going anywhere. But that first line, I absolutely buy it. With what we've seen of their relationship and how they care about each other, how they're both super horny for each other and everything. Just so we're clear, I'm good with whatever, as long as it's with you. Like, that's such a wonderful, beautiful line to have in a hentai if you can sell it. And this one does. I just remembered we haven't made any plans for Comic Cat. Ah, you're right. And there you go. A fantastic ending, right? Like, it shows that they're still friends, right? They're still going to be hanging out and all that stuff. It's just, you know, their hanging out has taken on a whole new meaning on top of it. Are they actually established as a couple? Not that fuck buddy that shares your interest and probably won't date anyone else with you around. Is that much different? So I would say that they're a couple, but because they were both virgins, they don't necessarily know exactly what that means or what kind of couple they are, right? They haven't had the talk. They haven't had the talk of the DTR, but they're a couple. And it's not just something like because they've had sex or whatever. Like, from both of their perspectives, that's the situation. And yet, you know, like, who knows when they would actually have the DTR. But yeah, absolutely wonderful piece from a wonderful artist. How could 311 possibly compare or compete with this? But I mean, hey, I didn't give it enough credit last week, so I'm going to give it the full treatment this time. You know, basic premise, crush on somebody, and then there's, right, yep, you confess, Nagyaro shows up. Yeah. Right, they quickly start dating. Right, he sees the different side to her. So, it's nice from the depth side, right? I don't like it as much because of the exposition. Granted, it's like I get what it's doing, and the art goes along with that to help showcase it very well. I'm not as invested in the relationship dynamic by this point because it's all built on a misunderstanding. Right, that's right. And this was the other reason. I think this was the reason why I had an issue with it. It's just gentle sweetness. It's not really 3-1-1's fault that it went up against a real hard hitter. No, totally, exactly. And basically the plan here is to showcase all of the good stuff for this one, even though there's no way it's going to win. There's just no way. So we're getting exposited the change of heart without really getting to see the change of heart in him in the physical things that are being shown, other than this one blush here, right? Because it's very much showcased on how there's all these different sides to her, right? And how she's cute and adorable, and she, you know, has the great blush and all that stuff, and her eyes are super pretty, and her hair's, you know, all adorable and all that stuff. Right. She invites him to her room. Right, but it's because he said he has something important that he wants to tell her. Right, he tells her the truth. And this is on page 7, so like it's, you know, when he actually tells her. So it's not that far into it. It's a 32-pager, you know, but that's not that far. I'd say that's a good amount as far as pacing is concerned. Is she gonna punch me? Nope, she's crying, dude, because of course she is. Yep. Get out. Right, she closes off again. Right, then he confesses to her for real, page 9. Yep, page 10, she opens up to him, says to call her by her first name. Right, then she brings out the condom and says there's no one else home today. I'm gonna beat you up if you say no. It's like, you don't need to lean into it that much. Isn't the whole point that you had this communication, you know? You have this new understanding. Yes, it's a whole storm of emotions for her because, you know, she's been being whiplashed all over the place. But, you know, I'm invested enough in their relationship that I'd follow them as a couple in a standard story for a while. The author got what they wanted to put in as quickly as possible at reasonable pacing. Yeah. I'm still not a fan, really, of how it turns into them having sex, though. Like, it feels kind of, I don't know. Like, the fact that she was thinking that that's where it was going, and so then she's like, well, I still have this here. I don't know. Also, wait, hang on. With the amount of preparation that she did for this, so it must have been something where he's like, hey, there's something important I need to tell you. Sure, I'll tell you at your house. And then it's like, you know what? We should actually go up to your room when, like, he's there. But it's a bit too much focus on the tongues at the top of page 13 for my liking. the kind of nervousness and like, oh, this is something that we're both not used to. Like, it's fun. It's cute. Details like these are like having a candy packed in your lunchbox. Not needed, but very much appreciated. Yes. And there and for that reason, there is a reason that it got to the second round. Like, it is a solid second round contender that if it were placed up against some of the weaker ones in the second round, I'm sure it could have beaten them. Oh, hang on. So when she gives him the blowjob, right? He ends up head pushing her. And then apologizes for it afterwards, right? He's like, oh shit, sorry. Like, it was kind of an instinctual thing. He didn't really mean to do it. He's like, yeah, no, I'm really sorry. And then in the next page, page 20, when he's about to insert, before he does, she tells him, this is my first time, so you better be gentle. If you dare do something like that again, I'll beat you up. I gotta say, I actually really like that. It's like the showcasing that the boundaries talk is serious stuff. And so it's the, no, hey, come on, that wasn't cool. I get that you didn't mean to do it, but like, this is a serious thing. Don't do that again. Oh, yeah, the hugging after insertion, that's really sweet. That's really sweet. Page 22. Two teenagers who don't know what they're doing, floundering about doing their best, if not well. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me immediately if it starts hurting again, okay? Great. That's great. And goes into, you know, that whole trope of the I can't hold myself back, which again, not a fan of, but it's talked about and addressed in a serious fashion. It's not just glazed over. Yeah. It's really sweet. They look at each other smiling and blushing and stuff. They hold hands. And there you go. Yep. And still, like, forgiving, but, you know, being firm with the boundaries and such at the as the end piece for the piece, which, yeah, like, that's great. That's great. Because of course that would be what someone would say after their first time if things got more rough than they were, you know, entirely comfortable with. Yeah. Wonderful piece. Wonderful piece. But, you know, there can only be one. And in this battle, it is no contest. Oh, right. That's another one that was from a seeded one. So, 435899. 5899. I'd say this one has better affection, but the other wins in intimacy because the pair are wholly themselves. Yes, there's a lot more, yeah, a lot more different levels of emotion that is being worked through as a part of it being their first time. Because they're a lot more different. They don't get along quite as well, even though they care about each other a lot. But, yeah. The art for the other one is just that bit better. The dialogue is just that bit better. It's, yeah. Okay. 323. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, so next one. This is, let's be real. This is an easy victory for 403212. We got the Spy Family Dojin that we always wanted, we always needed, and it's incredible. And it's incredible. What more is there to say? Now, as its competition, that's right. Yep, the Tomboy Karaoke Sesh. I mean, this is a slaughter. I like 252. I think 252 is great. It's a lot of fun. It's got good art. It's got a nice little zinger twist joke at the end. But no contest. Like, I don't even really want to go into this too much. Like, it's, you know, I'd still definitely recommend 252. It made it to the second round for a reason, but no. And as far as the detail of the Spy Family one, 403, we will leave that for when it competes with 435, because that will be a battle. That will be a battle, if I have ever seen one. Oh, whoops. Four, 3, 2, 1, 2. Four, 3, 5 is definitely gunning for top 4 right now. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Yeah, I hate to say it, but yeah, I do think it'll beat out Spy Family 1. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now now that the next one, I'll just make this nice and simple. Yeah, so, wait, hang on, 298547. So this is another no contest. However, not for the lack of quality on the other piece. So, you know how we talked about in the Konosuba one, how amazing and awesome it is when the dialogue fits the characters so well? Yeah, this one has that too. It has it in spades. There's a comedy to 374, but that's not the same as quality. Yes. And even though the comedy is there and it is good and it's strong and you know, my utmost respect for the creator of 374, for the level of dedication that they display with their attempts to shill the Futanari tag, No. It's just no. Like, sorry, not sorry. It has the great twist of like, the both members of the couple are both seeing the same person and, you know, to cheat on. But no. Like, no. The art's good, but no. And I'll leave 298 to go into in detail when it faces its competition, because, well, it's actually, yeah, 298 might have a steamroll in the next round too, but yeah. So, next one, 368084. Up against 262340. This is one where I feel actually pretty comfortable having these duke it out. They're both fantastic for different reasons. But I feel like I have a pretty good idea of which one's going to win. But I will go through them just to make sure. As far as 262, I'm going to do that one first, even though that one is a bit out of order. Because it's very simple. It's abundantly simple. It's very straightforward. You know, young couple that I believe it's their big night. They have sex for the first time. They watch the fireworks. They're really cute. They've got a fun dynamic. Fireworks are beautiful, and he looks at her and his breath is taken away because holy shit, right? Page 6, that panel, you've seen it before. You know it, you love it. It's incredible. It's actually just incredible. Anyone who doesn't believe that hentai is art clearly hasn't seen this panel. Clearly has not seen this panel. And yet, as far as how the actual hentai goes down, it's very straightforward, vanilla to the max, but it is kind of... I don't remember anything going through 368. I don't remember going through 368 during preliminaries. That is another one that I added from my own time of looking for material. But yeah, the actual piece itself, apart from the art, is okay. I do have to shout out this other panel though. The panel on the left on page 15 of 262, because I'm so happy right now and I'm grinning like an idiot as she kind of covers her face behind her hands. Their hair all messy and going everywhere. That is a fucking gorgeous panel. That is a fucking gorgeous panel that communicates so much about what she's thinking and feeling and all of that stuff and their relationship dynamic, and I absolutely love it. It's incredible. It's incredible. It is a fantastic example of how art can carry a piece. Because most of the rest of it is very, you know, not too much to write home about. The synced orgasm to the fireworks going off is kind of funny and does make for some very fun lighting. But, you know, it's just, it's a thing. And the top panel on page 20 is also gorgeous. Not as gorgeous as the other two, I'd say, but still gorgeous. The bottom panel that it doesn't even show the characters, but it shows the starry night sky. And like the clips for the clothes hangers and all that stuff. It's amazing. It's amazing. That's right. Ending the picture with the Ending the dojin with the picture of her lighting off the fireworks with a big smile on her face that she sends to him, and then showing him setting it as his wallpaper. That's super sweet and a wonderful way to end it. A great piece. A great piece. A really good piece. But I don't think it matches up to 368. Yeah, it's just cute and pretty. Exactly. And if that's what you want, that's what you get. And there you go. There won't really be any that do that better. But then we got 368. This one's a little spicier. It has cheating. The gyaru that is sexually unsatisfied. And as she's pissed and horny and all that stuff and pent up, she realizes, oh yeah, there's that big guy that's sitting in the desk behind me that I'm pretty sure, yeah, he's into me. He notices. He watches all the times that I cross my legs and things like that. And the thing is, so, yeah, easy choice. Easy choice. Normally, I would not necessarily, like, be into this one because of the fact that it's, like, it's statutory. That's what's happening here. Like, let's be real. Now, maybe there's an out in that, he would absolutely be into it even without the blackmail. But blackmail's happening. So let's make no mistake about that. Or wait, oh no, that's right. She's not originally intending to actually have sex with him. She's just going to... Right. Blackmail him to stop checking her out because she'll post a pic of his penis. Right. Same Secronia. Yeah. Yeah. It's... Yeah. Yeah. Hey, bad weather. I do love the pause between, like, the dick coming out and then her being like, wait, holy shit, that monster's huge. Yeah, it's... Basically, this is a piece that there are things about it that I don't like, but I do find it, like, you know, from a design standpoint and things like that. And yet, with the way that it's done, I find it very hot. And so I quite enjoy it. Yeah. Now, what I want to check is as it goes on, what is the change in the relationship dynamic once they actually start consistently having sex? Oh, that's right. And then it turns into a thing of them being stuck in the locker together. Oh, yeah, I do really like this scene. Yes, yes, starting on page 24. Right. And then they continue having sex in the locker, but they have to be quiet so that no one notices. Oh, right, but they haven't actually... Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, that's right, and it's actually her boyfriend out there. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like it. It's hot. Or wait, is that not actually her? Her boyfriend? This... Oh, Haruka called. Ah, right, because she butt dialed him. Yeah, right. Yep. A little bit of hentai dialogue, but, you know. I like the art. The contrast between the two characters is fun. Yes, absolutely a toxic love situation. Absolutely. Yeah, I would say this isn't a, like, it's a definitive victory because it's up against 262. But I would say this isn't... This isn't like one of the strongest victories from round 2. Yeah. The don't get carried away at the end of page 39 is kind of fun. Right. That's right, and that's how it ends. Yeah. Yeah, so it like it's a good doujin. It would not have passed round 1 if it was up against the right entry. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you could say that for a lot of the ones in here, but yeah, yes. Yes, 100%. And theoretically, I want to say 60 hang on. Where was it? Oh, 368 ended up being number 7 in the seeding? That can't be right. That can't be right. Well, I was being a bit like haphazard with how I was moving things around in the seating, but yeah. So that one wins, but you know, it's not a it's not an absolute victory, you know? Like it is going to be crushed, and I mean crushed in this next round. 110%. No contest. Absolute destruction. It apparently has a sequel? Oh, I'm actually I'm actually interested in that because that... Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Accidentally closed one of the windows. Need to keep that open. So the next set of challenges... yes. What? Wait, was that the wrong one? Hang on. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Oh, damn. I put the wrong set of digits here. 432260, I think it was. Four three two three five six. Okay, so 432356 versus 381585. The big one. This is what I would like to direct all of the people in the comments of 330-8062 to, with them talking about like wholesome and shit. This is wholesome. 381, that's wholesome. 330, So this also, I think, is not a contest. Oh yes, absolutely, Powers. Absolutely. I want to make Ayumi happy is just too sweet. It's too sweet. It's too wonderful. It has a tight story. It has an arc. The characters have arcs. They have a reason that they specifically end up falling in love with each other. It goes for the heart, exactly Psychronia. It does not hold back. And it's just great. Does it lean into the pregnancy tag a bit too much? For my taste. Yes. But it's wonderful. Too many Doki Dokis. Yep, exactly. There is so much I love about this one, and I don't want to go through it again because I loved it so much until it's up against a worthy opponent, which, let's be real, will be not in this one, not even in the next one. It'll be when it's facing 298. Talks about the baby a lot. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it talks about the baby plenty when it makes sense, but like she's pregnant and is having trouble, like, you know, like she's about ready to pop. So it, you know, obviously when she's like moving around and going through her daily life, it like, it comes up a lot. But yeah, the facial expressions are lovely. The way that we can see the emotional state change. And smiles that I would die to protect. Cover it when we get to it, yeah. But I also just want to point out, because I just think it's incredible. The fact that she does specifically pull up her shirt to the point where it shows her belly before she goes for the blowjob, that does feel a bit particular. But it takes till page 16 for anything sexual to happen, which is impressive. But yeah, so 432, it's part of a series, and I believe it is actually the third one in a series. Yes, it is the third one. I would say this is probably, weirdly enough, the weakest of the three. Yeah. This is the weakest of the three. I definitely recommend this series. The first two I think are a bit better. The first one has them meeting. The second one has them basically sexting and stuff while the guy's on a business trip. And it's great. This one has a bit of jealousy, I guess, because of a, meeting an ex. But, yeah. I definitely recommend checking this series out, but I wouldn't actually start with this one. Yeah. But the art is very good. The artist goes on for a long time in their pieces. The progression of the sex scenes is fun. Like it's kept fresh, even though the pieces are very long. There's a lot of pages and everything. And I just like the design of the main girl, which is probably one of the other things that I don't like as much about this one, because they specifically change her design. Because she, artist is experimenting, and, the character is just feeling like something a bit different, I also feel like there is a fair bit of hentai dialogue in this one. Not a ton, but, enough that it's worth mentioning. I also do really like the shading in this one, specifically with all the curves and such. Yeah. It's good. But I wouldn't call, at least certainly not this installment, I wouldn't call it great. Oh yeah, I did like the bit at the end though, where it's like hey, we've been friends with benefits. And then he's like, I want to make this something official, and she's like, nope. We can't put a label on it. I don't want to ruin it. We've got something good. Let's just keep with this. Like that was a fun place to end it off for the piece. Yeah. Exactly. Lots of artistic analysis. But yeah. Easy win to I want to make Ayumi-san happy. Moves on to the next stage of things. And I wouldn't have it any other way. It's got the makings of being a potential contender for the whole thing, even though who knows if it'll actually go that far, because it is anybody's game and we have a lot of very strong options here. So, last one for round 2. 429514 versus the only Schindel piece that is wholesome. And yes, this one is actually wholesome. So, for 429, it's good, just, teenagers figuring things out with each other, have been friends for a long time, and then it's like, wait a minute, what if we did take it to that place? It's wholesome. It's great. They don't know what they're doing. They're figuring it out. Comparing it to 311, I feel like I wasn't properly remembering 311 when I put this one in here, or when I got to this one in the prelims, because they're very similar, actually, if you think about it. Like, you know, virgins figuring things out and it being very sweet and all that stuff, even down to the hair color and cut of the main girl. Yeah. You know, it's very sweet, but now that I'm comparing it to 311, I feel like takes away some of the magic of this one. Not because it's bad, but because it showcases that there are other stories that have good, like, wholesome, sweet, you know, teenagers figuring shit out. Love the tear detail on top left panel, page 21. Absolutely makes sense to be there. Yeah, And the final panel at the end is they're both... Yeah, them both catching feelings at the end and them, like, being super embarrassed and nervous and, like, not really able to say it, but they're like, oh shit, they both realize for themselves what's happened, even though they haven't, like, been able to communicate it to each other. I think that's a great ending. The fact that that the basis of the encounter in this one was two close friends deciding to have sex, not actually as a part of a relationship. I love that. I think it adds a unique, fun spin and twist and flavor to it. Yeah, like it's good. I like it a lot. I don't think it'll win against 332. However, I haven't read 332 in a long time, so let's check it out. We got coworkers, big plus. We got business suits, plus. And the big uniqueness of this one, we got quadruple amputee. Personally, this one does nail my heart better, though the other one has better art. Yes, same thing for me, psych. The other one has better art. That one nails my heart better, but it does a better job of it, but it's still like I don't know. Like, it feels like the kind of thing where it's not meant to go the distance in this tournament, and that's okay, right? Like, it doesn't need to be the kind of one that wins awards or things like that, or, you know, becomes like super famous or infamous or whatever, where everybody knows about it. But it's really good, you know? But yeah, 332. Now, based on what I remember of this one, so page 2 we're going through like the setup. You know, main girl's cold. She's had a hell of a life. But her and the main guy have a particular dynamic. Got to drink. Yep. And I believe it's established that they have a history together. Yeah, that's right. They're talking about she introduced him to a particular girl. Right. Right. There's a level of vulnerability with the things that they talk about and their interactions that I really appreciate. And I feel like it's something that you don't really get in the more rose-colored lenses of young love, you know? Because these are people that are like, they're older. They've you know, they've been around the block. They got a lot of life experiences under their belt. And it's the, how do you find happiness amidst all of the shit that they have to deal with on a daily basis, and in some cases, the awful things that have happened to them. Yeah. If only I noticed the car sooner, if only I got to that light a little later. Right, the guilt, the assurance. Right. And sadly, getting, mature adults like that are dealing with all the ups and downs of life and have had to deal with all of that is not that common in porn. And I get why, because then it's less flashy, it's less colorful, and oh wow. But there is a story to be told there. There's emotions to be got at there. And I think ℌʌndoel, with his particular perspective and taste for going into those often untread territories, it makes perfect sense that he would make a piece like this. And I'm really glad he did. Yeah. Like, you get such a good sense of their history together, both, romantically and otherwise. You never laid a hand on me back then. Of course not. Why? Why not? Is it not okay with me? Is it not okay with this kind of body? Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's visceral and heartrending in a quiet, soft way to see these people and how they are needing to just try and make it through life. This is just the finale episode after a long series we haven't had a chance to see with our own eyes. Yep. And yet, I don't have any desire to see the rest of that series, not because I don't think it would be good or engaging, but I feel like I don't need to. It's portrayed properly here. It's well paced out, unlike 330, in addition to it being something that's straightforward and emotionally evocative. The details that we need to know are known. The emotions that the characters have about said details are very clearly communicated. And the way that their emotions interact with each other is deeply understood. And that's done quickly in, half the time of the previous, of 330. And then from there, we're able to get progression. The sex means something. And yeah. Like, it feels like we're getting there's wholesome hentai, and then there's healing hentai. This feels in a lot of ways very similar to 381585, and so I'm glad that they're going to be competing against each other, because the content is very much in parallel. 2 adults in each, and for some reason or other, life's dealt them a hand. Life's dealt them a hell of a hand. And so now it's the, how do you roll with those punches? How do you keep going? How do you find some slice of happiness in the midst of that? Well, hey, there we go. We get to see it. And I'm glad we do. We need more works like this. There is definitely some hentai dialogue in here talking about juices and such. But, you know, It's said out loud, so it ends up just being more like, you know, awkward, dirty talk, and she comments on it as such. Even though that is one veiny dick, and those balls are swollen as fuck, it's not as, like, the proportions for the characters feel much more realistic, which is good, because for a story like this, you wouldn't want it to be, you know, blown out of proportion and everything. This is supposed to feel grounded. Oh, and we get 69ing in this. Oh, that's right. That amount of sucking can't be fun. In panel 2 of page 17, although at the same time, maybe this is showcasing that it's because she's old, so things are a bit looser down there. Oh, yeah, okay. So, that's right, I forgot about this. Yeah, this is the part where I felt like Schindler's spicier style kind of comes in here in a way that I didn't like. Page 20. It's a beautiful double pager. But it felt kind of, I don't know, it didn't really feel in character entirely. It felt a bit uncomfortable, the whole no, I won't hold back anymore. She was like, hey, please be gentle, I haven't done this in a while. Yeah. Oh, wait, and then they just re-show the double pager on page 21 and 22. That's odd. Yeah, Now, the thing is, although you could say that so, to give benefit of the doubt to the creator, you could say that the lack of respect for her boundaries is a way to showcase that in this story, these people are broken people. They have very much been beaten down by life, and as such, this bit of happiness that they're slicing out here is very much imperfect, but it's sort of the best they have, you know? Because Schindel definitely does say, intentionally say stuff with his art and his stories in the way that they go, so I don't think that's a stretch to say. I don't think it's, you know, just trying to cover for the story. But, you know, personal preference, it I definitely wish it wasn't like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, she's definitely stretched out. He's like holding her lips apart in page 28. Bit too much tongue in page 30. I do like heart pupils too. Yeah, and they found their bit of happiness. Sharing the cigarette together, the cigarette kiss. I do love cigarette kisses. Ever since Black Lagoon. It's no Black Lagoon cigarette kiss, but still like it. I think I like it just the way it is now. By the way, the statement you fixed this morning was still wrong when I checked. That's a great way to end it. Also, I do appreciate that. Yeah, yep, Revi is a gem. I do appreciate that proportions with regards to her boobs specifically, and that like there aren't many hentai that I can think of where it's not just that the girl has like, you know, her it's not just that the girl's boobs aren't gigantic, you know, like those hentai levels of gigantic, but like actually on the small side without it going into like, you know, a little uncomfortable territory to potentially very uncomfortable territory. And certainly not something where like it usually feels like it's fetishized to some extent, whereas this, that end panel, page 33 on the site, the way her boobs are sort of like squished on top of his chest, that's not done in any way to make them seem sexy. That's to make it seem real. And I very much appreciate that, both for this piece, because of what it adds contextually and, you know, and that's the style that this piece is going for, but also just because that's not something that happens a lot in hentai, and I wish it happened more. I wish we could have the representation of the ladies that don't have a humongous fucking rack and have it be done in a way that is capable to be enjoyed in a non-super creepy way. Right, and then the last pages are just credit stuff and adverts for other works. Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's a tough one. No, it's not a tough one. It's a close one. Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's the point of this bad weather, right? It's a close one, but 332 does win out for me over 429, but 429 is fantastic. But 332 is just that bit better. Which then will make for a very satisfying competition in the next round of things. Oh, yes, absolutely, Titty Goblin. Absolutely. With the big racks, I give it a bit more of a... Like, yes, that would be great if there was realistic physics for big racks. But I, at the very least, give that a bit more of a pass generally with hentai, because then it's like, you know... I mean, yeah. If there were, it would be great, but most of the time, the big racks are not being done for the sake of being realistic. It's for the, you guys know, it's the whole bigger, better, all that stuff. More dramatic. Okay, it is 4:13. However, we only have 4 more matches to go. And that's certainly not enough for a final stream, for another stream. So I think we're just gonna finish it today, y'all. What do you think? Take it home to the end. The fact that we did the 3rd round means we kind of have to finish it, I feel like, at this point. If we'd done the 3rd round, 4th round, and final round at the end, then sure. But, okay. So, next round. 387601 versus 330806. This is tough. This feels like this is a very fair fight, very similar in that, you're not going to them for the traditional enjoyment. Well, okay, some people maybe go to 330 for a more traditional enjoyment of wholesome and all that stuff, but that is not how I enjoy it. Personally, I want to see women adjusting them so that they can comfortably lay on their stomachs, or holding them so they don't compress the throat in the act. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totes. Yeah. Yep, we're looping back around to round 3. So, we've gone over both of these in detail today. We don't need to build up context more than we already have. 387 is a masterpiece of dialogue and comedy and off-the-wall antics and things like that. Chaos. 330. I did enjoy 330 a lot. But I don't think I can actually let it go past this one. And this is surprising to me, because I think I was expecting 330 to beat 387. But now that I'm thinking about it, no, it did good. It got as far as it did. It beat out 393, for Christ's sakes. Well, and yet it beat 393. Oh, no, actually, hang on. Wait, let me look at this a bit more. Because I feel like 435 is destined to beat whichever one is here. Right? Whichever one of these two wins. But, I don't know. Both of these gave me very singular experiences that I cherish. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, fuck. This is tough. This is tough. I didn't expect it to be tough. Damn. Fuck. Because the other thing that's hanging around in my mind is if 387 beats 330, then that means by transitive properties 387 beats 393. And I don't know if I feel right with that. I don't know if I can sit with that. Because I feel like... No, I'm sure. I'm sure. It's close, but as far as enjoyment goes, 393 beats 387. And my enjoyment for 330 beat 393, even though it was very close. Very close. So I'm sorry, Aqua. I'm sorry, Kazuma. You fought very well. You fought valiantly. But there can only be one. Yeah. Quarterfinals, quarterfinals is still fantastic. Yeah. And then 330 gets beaten by 435. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, Lloyd, but 435 definitely wins. Easily. Well, okay. It had to give you a run. It was a fight. It was a fight. Although, is it worth going to 403212 just to go over it in a bit more detail, because we didn't actually go over it. There are parts where the dialogue is quite bad. It feels out of character in a lot of ways. I adore these characters and this story, so I'm very invested in this doujin. But, and the bit with Yuri is fucking incredible. But this can't win. This does not win. No. No. Okay. Yeah. There's no point talking about that one. Hands down. No contest. We'll go through this one at the same time as we're going through 381, because they're going to be dueling each other. So, okay. Well, hang on. 381 versus 332. No, it is no contest. It is absolutely no contest. They're both very similar. I love them both a lot. Yeah, no, but nope. 381 all the way, every day. Yeah. Okay. Yep, salute your... All right. Okay, so here's... Oh, hang on. So here's the thing. Let's leave the whole set of brackets up. Here's the thing. 435, I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed. So we're not actually doing a losers tournament. I thought about that and then I realized, wait, that doesn't actually work. The only one that actually decides things in that fashion is the losers of the semifinals. Because then that's how you determine who's third and fourth. So going on enjoyment. Check the memes channel. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we have here? Oh, man. Yes, we definitely needed this. Oh. Oh, God, I love it so much. I love it so much. Thank you, Bad Weather. That is incredible. That is incredible. I need to... Okay, I'm going to do something very risky. For 1 second, I am going to turn on display capture on the other monitor from the one that has the two incognito browsers up with the website with the actual explicit stuff. Okay, I'm going to do it for like 2 seconds just to show you guys this meme in case you're watching this on recording and you're not on the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, you should get on the Discord. But here we go. Don't mind the second me in the background. Mondays are going to be after the tournament is over. Yes, thank you. That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Okay, display capture is going off. It is being locked again so that it will never accidentally, in any way, shape, or form, have any possibility of showing things that shouldn't be shown on stream. Yeah. Okay. So. $330 versus $435. It's $330. It gave me a level of enjoyment that I didn't realize would be possible from a dojin, and it scratched that kind of domestic girlfriend itch, not because it was a teacher, even though that definitely helped, but because, holy shit, it was such a disaster, and I enjoyed every second of it. Every second of it. I adore 435. But 330 wins. It does. It does. Okay. Now for the real. Yeah, I know. It's just, you know, the heart wants what the heart wants, and every time I think about 435 beating 330, I can't. Nope. By the same logic that made 330 beat 393, 330 might actually just be unstoppable at this point. I don't know, just because I so enjoyed that experience. Is it the best hentai? Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. But as far as what I enjoyed the most from all the ones on that side of the tournament brackets, let it beat down everyone that it comes up against, because I really enjoyed it. Okay. Now serious time. Holy shit. This was the other one that I was terrified of. I was terrified of this. 298-547. versus 381-585. Half Seduction against I Want to Make Ayumi Happy. You may remember, wait, I mean, this wasn't me, it was someone else, but like, the point is, for a long time, I considered, and maybe still consider, 298 to be the peak of hentai dialogue, because it just fits the characters so well. Those are the characters. 387 might give it a run for its money as far as dialogue and sticking to the characters. I think it's probably a toss-up between those two. It's hard to say. The Konosuba characters are much more exaggerated, so that it might have a slight leg up in that regard. But yes, I love Quince. I absolutely love Quince. And 298 does something special. Does something real special. One, it's with Best Girl, it would seem, Nino. Because Nino is the best. That's just how it is. No, don't... we need to champion the girls that don't settle for the harem bullshit and actually know what they want and are direct and assertive about it. I had to double check OBS just to make sure that none of this was being displayed. I was just like, wait, hang on, it's did I save? Wait, it's display captures off, right? Right? Anakin and Padme meme. But it's wonderful. It's wonderful. It's with the character that I would want it to be with. It has a great opening with the full in media res and things like that. I'll make more memes to bait OBS. Like, in media res start with the characters that I would want it to be with. The dialogue is stellar, like actually stellar. It pops. It's wonderful. The art is gorgeous. There is legitimate like twist shit and foreshadowing throughout this doujin. Like, there is so much about this I absolutely love. Absolutely love. Like, what's not to like? To say that this is a strong contestant is the understatement of the year, right? Yeah, the teasing and the flirting and the everything, like the insecurities and the risks being taken and all that stuff, like it's... God, it's so good. It's so good. It's like that episode of My Dress Up Darling where they're in the love hotel, except it's actually a hentai, so it goes, you know, two places, right? Like, while you were taking a shower, I put on a condom and fapped to cool my head off. Like, what a page turner. What a twist, right? Uesugi being calm, blockheaded harem protagonist, and then it's like, no, I'm doing all this shit because I care about you, but it's not easy. And then him being like, I'm your tutor, I will educate you. No, we can't actually have sex now, even if you want to. Nope. I took care of that. There's the refractory period. I am incapable of getting hard. So that's off the table. Just don't even think about it. It's fine. We can survive this love hotel just fine, even though you just showered and are in nothing but a towel. And you're straddling me. Nope. Don't worry. It's all good. I got this. God, and then like the teasing and everything, and then him being genuine about it. And he's like, hey, come on. Like, even if I wanted to do it with you, it wouldn't have been because of love. Same goes for you too. You're just being swept up away by your emotions. You know, yep. Might be impulsive, but I don't want it to stop. Yeah. And then showing how much he knows about her specifically and that she's not just a quintuplet. Oh yeah, that's right. And then her talking about how, yes, if you were different in this way, you'd be more my type. And then it's like, well, oh yeah, and then no, I think I would have fallen in love with you however you are. Immediate boner. And hey, didn't you say you calmed down? What's going on here? No, it's because you're dressed like that. Yeah, nope. No special meaning whatsoever. Yeah. But isn't this different from what you said earlier, sensei? By the way, why did you put your ribbons on right after showering? Changing the subject again, but very good question. And she comes up with a good deflection for it and everything. But yeah. She goes to kiss him. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't say something like that. You'll ruin the mood on page 22. It's like, so this is great. This is wonderful. Oh, that's right. That's right. This chat of a dojin. Yes. Yes. It literally interrupts the blowjob for the guy to switch, not even to 69, right? But to switch to eating the girl out because he's like, well, I kind of feel bad that I'm the only one, like, you know, getting pleased right now. Totally normal thing, right? Especially if, you know, you're virgins and shit. Granted, it doesn't last for very long, you know, so it kind of went for the magic tongue angle, but, you know. But I mean, hey, you know, if you're virgins, it might be something where it's like, you know, you're ready and good to go, and it might not take that much. Yeah. Yeah. I put all my effort into something once I've decided to do it. God, I love these dorks. And the way he's constantly saying things that ruin the mood, and it's like, hey, stop it, stay focused. No talk about grades and shit right now. Oh, that's right. Oh. Uesugi says the word lewd. That's right. I don't like that word in general when it's used in hentai. And it makes even less sense for Uesugi to say it. It just doesn't. Like, even if I try and think of it from like a sterile, clinical kind of description, you know, standpoint, I just, no. No, it doesn't work. It shows up again. Oh, no, no. And the dialogue was my favorite part about this one. One of my absolute favorite parts about it. I'm just doing as instructed in the book. I absolutely buy that so much for ℌ𝔫𝔱ằ, and it's perfect. I really wonder what Lud translates from or to. Yeah, same. Yep. So they keep going. They end up figuring out how each other's bodies work. Get that bit of a montage. Kiss me. Isn't my saliva dirty? Shut up. Yep. Yeah, it's wonderful. And then on page 37, the Dojin decides to get cheeky. It would be funny if lewd is actually a perfectly natural word to use in a Japanese context. That would be funny. Like if it's just like, I don't know, like, what would that be, like dirty? You know? Like, ooh, that's such a dirty look you got. You know, I don't know, something like that. And then we get page 38. And holy shit, this is when I lost my fucking mind. I've said that my favorite experience with media is to go in not expecting much, or to expect something that's very simple and straightforward, and then get more than I bargained for, but I like both the simple and straightforward stuff and the more than I bargained for stuff. This is that. Holy shit. It's something that is well established as a thing that happens in the show, in the story, in the original story. It is absolutely a thing that could be happening here, and holy shit, is it a spicy twist to have. You don't seem like yourself today. You're not the type that gets moody so easily. Why did you put your ribbons on right after showering? Nino. Is this actually Nino? And then, oh shit, it's... Wait, not Ichika. What? Hang on. Journalist. What was the name of that one? Not Miku. Yotsuba, that's right. Right, and then Itsuki is the worst one. God, I'd completely forgotten about Itsuki until I saw her picture. Right, Nino's the second oldest. Yeah, Ichika's the oldest, Miku's third. Middle child. Yep, that's right. That's right. So yeah, then we just have that thought in our heads of, wait a minute, holy shit, was this Yotsuba the whole time? Was this Yotsuba the whole fucking time? Did we get zooked by a hentai? Is that what happened here? Nah, nope, we're kidding. It was all a prank, bro. I guess Yotsuba style doesn't suit me after all, just wanted to see how I'd look. But the creator was thinking about it. The creator was setting it up, and then they just backed out. They didn't have the nerve. They didn't have the gall. They were like, "Hang on, no, I can't do it. It's Nino. Nino is best girl." Yeah. And then it keeps going after that twist, not twist. And the art is great. It's hot. It's nice. Oh, and there's that second word. Although if it's said by Nino, and it's not even said, it's thought, that is far less egregious, I would say, than Uesugi saying it. Because Uesugi is so formal and stiff and serious. It just doesn't make sense for him at all. Yes. And then she's like, yeah, oh my God. And then this other twist too. Oh, we ran out of condoms. I guess our all-day sex sesh has to stop. Oh wait, no, there's still a way that you can do it raw while still staying safe. She spreads the cheeks. Still haven't had enough, right? If it's with you, I don't mind. Nah, well, there's no risk of pregnancy from anal sex. There's still a chance of infection or damage to the mucous membrane, so it's safer to use a condom to avoid those risks. Oh, I see. This guy, gotta teach him a lesson someday. Holy shit, it's the perfect ending. It is the perfect fucking ending. Just when you would expect it to do the hentai thing of like, oh, we're out of condoms, gotta go to a different hole. Nope. Nope, these characters are still the characters. It is a story first with the characters that you know and love, and a hentai second. Yep. And then we just get a picture with a montage of Nino needing to get dressed again when she's all sweaty and stuff. Right. And then and then the little flirting when they're in the study group together. Their eyes meet, and she just licks her lips, and he's just like, oh, fuck, oh, what am I, oh, shit. And everyone else is like, wait, what's going on? Oesuki-san, what's up? Oh, that's right. And then we get this of her in full dominatrix outfit, leather and studs and everything with a crop. And him, well, hands tied above his head and lashed to the bed. I mean, yeah, what's not to like? Right, and her doing the whole apron thing. Swimsuit, yep. And then we get this bonus bit. This bonus bit with Miku, I'm not as much of a fan of. I don't like. Because, like, the twist is great, and it does make it make sense, but the enjoyment of it up until then is not really there for me. Because obviously Uesugi wouldn't be like this, which does clue you into that this probably isn't real. But it's still going on for an amount of time where the fact that it is going like this is supposed to be part of the entertainment or appeal, which, you know, is not for me. Yeah. I mean, we all knew that if anybody were to be, like, up to some really freaky shit, it would absolutely be Miku. And not just because that fits to a trope or an archetype, but... that obsession with the old warlords. God, and the dialogue for it is super cringe. Although you could say that that's just Miku's fantasy, you know? Of course, she wouldn't be able to actually, like, think of anything that would be realistic to be said because the whole situation isn't realistic. Right, and then it shows him in old style armor. Fucking them. God. Oh God, that line at the top. Yeah, I basically consider the sub to have ended with the end of the Nino bit. And then after that, it's a multi-work series, and the final work is just very, very short. Verbal abuse ASMR. It's like, yep, okay, there you go. There you go. But yeah, absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. But 381. We held off on going back through this one in detail, specifically for this occasion. Let's see which one truly is the greatest hentai. The beginning is gripping and hard and uncomfortable, and it very properly sets the emotional stakes. The thank you for your patronage smile always gets me. Yep. An aggressive character introduction. We know exactly who this person is and what their plight is and what they're needing to deal with. And if we didn't know all of the details, well, hey, they give us the details. Yep. They're bitter. And that sets the stage for everything else. Imagine if you rejected it off the bat because you assumed it was an unwholesome work. Yeah, yeah. And that's why I do this stuff with chat. That way I can look at chat and, you know, people can be like, no, 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 it is wholesome. Read the title. Read the title. And it's like, oh, shit. Also, for, you know, people who do read the title, that's just a great move in general, because that way, like, you don't want to give improper expectations of what the hentai is about. So having a hentai title that is direct and to the point like that, you know, where most hentai titles are like, oh, you know, something like really specifically dirty, you know? This one's just, nope, I want to make her happy. There you go. You know everything you need to know about the story. And then we get to see it. And the progression of the expressions is just, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. If you have not read either of these two, 298 or 381, go read them both. They're so good. They are so good. Yep. He's a doctor and all this stuff. Like, I've talked about this in depth in the prelims. It's like I spent like an hour and a half, or at least a solid hour, on just this one. Like this, with the exception of a few parts where it gets really excited about particular tags, this one is very close to just being a story that involves sex rather than an actual porno. Or rather, it's the best kind of porno where it's a story that involves sex and is about sex. Well, no, it's not even about sex. No. It's about trust and healing and all of that stuff. A story that heavily features sex, shall we say. A story where sex is a very integral part of it. Yeah. Her doing everything she can to help out because she wants to, you know, feel like this isn't charity and she has agency and everything here. Smelling the food and the way her expressions change, and she's like, oh, this is actually really good. Oh, damn, this is great. He ends up feeding her, and we get that smile at the bottom of page 11. That is protect with a capital P. A story that involves a sex worker, really. It isn't even that important by the time they get into it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's just the setup for why sex specifically has been a negative thing in her life. And so if it ever gets to the point where she feels comfortable enough with this guy to actually have sex with him, and not just because she's trying to pay him back for a good meal or whatever, then it's a big deal. It means she trusts him just that much. There was a point when I was going out with a girl, met online, and she had mentioned that she had a bad past when it came to her sex life, right? And as a result of that, physical, not just intimacy, but affection was something that she was very nervous isn't the right word. Hesitant. No, that's not even the right word. It was very much a touchy subject, right? And not anxious, I feel like isn't a strong enough word. It was the she had been traumatized, and that was a while ago, and she had dealt with a lot of the trauma and was wanting to specifically take concrete steps to take that part of her life back for herself. At least that was my interpretation of it, right? And I distinctly remember, even though the relationship didn't end up like going anywhere, I distinctly remember all of the different times where she was like, okay, I feel comfortable doing this. I feel comfortable doing this. Sure, you can kiss me goodbye. Sure, let's make out. Let's take things a bit farther. You know. There is a trust that comes with physical intimacy that I feel like is very easy to forget because, you know, human beings be horny, right? But that is precious. That is absolutely precious. And I feel like that is showcased here very well. You could have this story go on much longer. This could be a full-on book, and I would absolutely read the shit out of it. Yeah, yeah. And that look on page 12 where she's like, we went from smile with her eating on bottom of page 11 to the equivalent panel on page 12 where she's like, you know, that not even, I mean, well, yeah, no, it would be tsundere, but like, yeah, no, that's a, yeah, this is technically tsundere, but it's completely different than what you would expect. It is not at all archetypal tsundere. But then she gets the, sure, yeah. It is only until my wound is healed, and it only finish half the cleaning today. Like, it's not just that there's a character arc, but we are intimately, keenly, overwhelmingly aware of exactly where she is on her character arc and how he plays into that. And then we get the whole bit later of him talking about specifically of what he is getting from this dynamic. Right, and she tries to pay him back with sex and everything. And that's not how it ends up going. Yep, and he opens it up to her about why. Oh wait, no, it does still kind of end up being that. Right, but because he opens up to her about why he doesn't want it to be that, that makes it, that showcases why it's even more okay for this to happen, because it's something that's being freely given from her end, in the same way that the stuff that he was doing was freely given from his end. She also has some great smug faces. That she does. More like Deretsun. She's hesitant as a pretense, but her personal feelings are clear to everyone involved. Sure. I like that reversal. Yeah. Story also has a time skip that could pack 12 episodes or more into it. At the very end, when he's like when they have a kid together and everything, like, sure, but I don't know. Yeah. No, this one's just, it's excellent. It's excellent. You know, goes into the pregnancy tags a bit too much, you know, but her agreeing to continue seeing him and them getting close. Sure. Yes. You could absolutely have that be a nice slow burn story. Yeah. That's kind of where I was thinking with the whole idea of it. It could be a full-on book too. Ooh, yeah, good poly stories. Yes, we absolutely need those, Titty Goblin. Yeah. God, and that look on her face at the bottom of page 24 when she's like, wait, how do I make him feel even better? Boob job. Ah, that's it. Like you could almost put a light bulb above her head. Although that line in the second panel of page 25, it's like, nope. You didn't need to put all that emphasis onto it. Nope, you could just say, I'm giving you a boob job. That's you didn't need all the rest of that. Yep, they yeah, definitely too much leaning into the different tags. But because of how much goodwill this creator has built up with me as their audience, you know, it's like absolutely give them a pass. Absolutely give them a pass. And she starts getting really into it and like trying to think of all the different things that they can do to keep going. Even though she's like, oh yeah, probably running out of stamina. Probably. No, he's a hentai protag. They don't do that. This might actually, the creator earned it all, kinks aside. Yep. I think this might also, if you think about it, earn the evangelist tag alongside the futa one and the what was the other one that we realized was an evangelist for a particular tag? Which one was it? Oh, 388. Yeah. Judging by their other works, the creator clearly loves pregnancy. Yeah, so 388 374, I believe, was the futa one. And 381 definitely get the evangelist tag. Really wonderful if Yuma-kun really was the child, or the father of this child. You wanna try drinking from my boobs or something? And she gets so excited. Reminds me of 339912. It even got an anime adaptation. I'll have to check which one that is after this. Yeah, definitely the evangelist tag for pregnancy. Yep. God, Yeah, the more and more this goes on, I'm just like, yep, 100% evangelist tag. I feel like ever since page 30, and this is like like a 50 page. Yeah, this is a 50 page dojin, and so much. That panel at the bottom of page 34. Such just the sweetest. This is the only time I've ever been all right, so love me. If that doesn't cut right down to your soul, what will? Yeah, literally, if not for the fact that this creator had built up so much goodwill with me, all the pregnancy tag harping would absolutely turn me on. Like, you'd just be like, nah, this is too much for me. I'm just gonna peace. But I'm invested. She wakes up and he's still there. Right, and then it does this. Yeah. God, it's the perfect end cap to her character arc. And she puts on the fake smile again and everything, and yep, and there's no bullshit. He immediately is like, grabs her and he's like, we need to talk, right? Don't say it. Yeah. It's just so sweet and wholesome. Yeah, and there's the end. It's good shit. It's good shit. So 298 or 381. God. I don't know. Fuck. But whichever one it is will easily beat 435. If it had been these two in the finals, I would have been A-okay with that. I would have been absolutely 100% okay with that. I mean, if no one's around, Ockback. Or at least if the people that were around were, you know, classy. Oh, man. Okay, pros, cons. Both are great. Both are fantastic. Much stronger character arc in 381. Much stronger. Much stronger emotions in 381. Better art in 298, but not by far. Dialogue is better in 298. As a con, 381 does lean into the pregnancy tag a lot. And it's at best it's moments where there's neutral enjoyment, basically. Even though they do manage to put in a lot of good stuff in the middle of it with like showing her smiling and all that stuff. These are original characters as opposed to pre-established characters. So the fact that it's competing at this level is to be commended, even if the dialogue isn't as good. But at the same time, high risk, high reward, 298 takes the characters, nails their dialogue, and the characters that it's well, okay, ℌệ𝔫𝔱à𝔦 does have very easy to determine of whether it's in character or not. But for Nino, it's not as easy to tell because she follows to an archetype a bit more that is very well tread, but the creator still does a great job. We're deciding second and third place. Or first and third place. Well, maybe second and third place. I don't know. Well, no, I don't. I think it has to be 381. I think it has to be 381. The experience that I got with this was entirely unique and unparalleled by anything else in the tournament, other than maybe 330, and so that makes it a fitting final contestant. I'm sorry, 298. You are incredible. You are incredible. But you are up against, I believe, the best. So before we get into the finals here, let's get into the bronze match. It was very competitive. All right. Get these over here so they don't get. Okay. So, was a barn burner to be sure. What's a barn burner mean? I don't think I've heard that one before. All right, so between 298 and 435. It's not a massive difference, but I do believe it is a definitive difference. 298 wins out over 435. 435 is very good, and getting fourth place is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. It's very, very good. But 298 wins out. I think the dialogue is a bit better. The character personality, granted, is from it's got source material, but I think it's a bit more strongly portrayed and focused. There are twists, like legitimate twists with 298. That's just fantastic. Like the progression of it and everything is wonderful. It does a lot with the sex scenes without like going into like super over the top detail. The montage in particular I'm a fan of. It's only like 3 panels, but it does what it's supposed to do. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now for the actual final victor of the first ever, I think, if there's been another online, point me to it, let me know. But the first ever hentai tournament arc, led by yours truly, Obae. Between 330, the disaster dumpster fire train wreck that somehow the comment section thinks is wholesome as fuck, and 381, the actual wholesome as fuck hentai with excellent character arcs, excellent character writing, excellent visuals and evocative imagery and expressions of the characters' internal states. Whether by enjoyment or by critical technical evaluation, the results are the same. 381-585 wins this tournament arc. Congratulations, 330. You fought valiantly, but there can only be one. Here we are. That's it, folks. The final standings and rankings of this tournament. In first place, 381-585. In second place, 330-806. In third place, 298-547. And in fourth place, 435-899. We had many amazing contestants. This was very hard fought, but it is finished. Maybe we'll do this again. Who knows? But if you need recommendations for hentai to check out, here it is. Here you go. Let me know what your thoughts are, where you would have ranked these, how your brackets would have ended up. Let me know. But for now, it's late. It's very late, and I need to get ready for fencing practice. So, until next time, which will be tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. for another productivity stream. Fuck yeah, let's go. And then Final Fantasy XIV in the afternoon. I have been Obae, your very favorite Fey Lord, culture enthusiast, and MC of hentai tournaments. Take care, stay safe out there, but most importantly, stay horny.